Happy Friday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. My name is Dennis Herrera, and I am here forcing myself to be happy. I love to see that people click on my clickbait out there with my little dramatic oil prices are killing us. We celebrate everything our president does, and even those things that we might not like that he says, we still support it. There is a reason why he says it. We can't let the art of the deal to be known to our enemies, which I'm sure that if they were smart, they will actually be looking into what that is. With that being said, Magic Man, how are you, brother? Good to see you here. You are the first one here. Jake, like the title, he says, but the president doesn't get gas prices. Right to it. Let's go. If you don't know by now, man, this is right now at the time that we live in right now. This is a MAGA channel, just so you know. And listen, I am a very loyal person when I see somebody that is working their butt off. Let me tell you something. There's one thing that you have to understand about me as a boss, as a manager, as a supervisor, as a lead, as a co-worker, as a director, as a janitor, as a pastor, as an engineer, as a TV repair guy, listen. I've done every job that I can think of that I can do myself: sheetrocking, framing, concrete mixing, construction, etc., roofing. I've done many jobs, and I will tell you something. I have learned in my life to be loyal to those who build things, those who make a better place for everybody else. I am very loyal to people who work hard and get things done. With that being said, as a Christian man, now whether you like me or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you think that I shouldn't curse or should curse, it doesn't matter. I am who I am today. And if you are here with me, man, I'm so glad that you're here with me. Let's hang out. This is a place to chill. This is a place for us to have conversations. This is a place for us to agree and disagree to many things. And if you get banned from my channel, you have to be one big pain in the ass or just an annoyance on my chat. But with that being said, I believe that nobody is perfect. And I believe that people will misspeak. People will make mistakes. People cannot change their past. They can only change what they are today. And so I give thanks to God for each day that I get because it is a present. Okay? Oh, that was very nice. I didn't even think about it, but that is true. It is true. It is a present. Now, with that being said, that's one of the reasons why I love and support my President Trump. Does he say things sometimes that are just weird, awkward, misleading, maybe a white lie? Yes. You may ask yourself, then why are you defending a liar? Well, it's not that I'm defending a liar. I think in the end, we all lie. For example, I have to pretend to be happy sometimes. So if somebody says, are you happy? Yeah, man, I'm happy. Yeah, of course. I'm lying. Most of the time, I really am. When I say I'm happy, I really am. Most of the time, I will actually just tell you, no, I'm not. And just some things are bothering me. And if you are a close friend of mine, you will know that that's how I am, because I am an open book and I will open up. You got my trust, you got my love, 100%. And I always say this every time that I introduce myself. When I meet you, okay, whether I meet you in here, listen, in here, you guys are faceless unless you have already dealt with me in person, over the phone, and we have video chat and we share photos and text, and we have a friendship, right? We have some sort of relationship. Then you will know who I am. and that you know that everything that I tell you is true. I don't lie. But you know, every time I meet somebody, and I learned this in the 90s from an old movie, an old high school movie. I think it was Kim Osabi that said this. You know, when everybody comes into a classroom, right? In order for him to convince the bad kids that didn't want to study, that didn't want to work hard in school to get an education for themselves, in order for them to feel accomplished, he said to them, from the moment that you walked into this classroom, if I'm confused with the name, you guys can go ahead and put it on the chat. If you are, so from the moment that you step foot into this classroom, you all have an A. And some of the kids were like, wait a minute, I have an A? I never had an A all my life. Think about it. That is a life-changing message, because there is people in this school that said, I've never had an A in my life. Like the system, the life that we have gathered, the life that we have lived, has taught many people that they are victims, that they are loser, that they are less than somebody else, that they don't deserve a second chance, that they must be perfect, and because they're not perfect, they are failures. And I thought, what a great concept. What a great message. I said, you know what? I'm going to learn that in my life. From now on, I am going to do that with everybody that I meet. And since I was in high school, everybody has been my friends. I loved everybody. I give my trust to everybody. But as I always tell people here on my channel, if you haven't heard this before, I always say it on my channel. The moment that you and I meet for the first time, you have my full love and trust right there. It is up to you to keep that love and trust with me. And if you don't want it, I can see it right away, because you will be a jerk to me. You will not want to have a conversation or any type of friendship with me, and thus I will get rid of you. For example, there is a guy, like watch this. I'm going to go to my settings. I'm going to release everybody from jail. I'm going to release everybody. And watch what I mean. There's only 30-something people in here, but watch what I mean. If they get a notification that I am live, watch how they come into our channel. Okay? Now, before I release these heathens, let me make sure that I say hello to everybody, okay? Now, just give me a second here. Let's see. Yeah. And I'm going to have no mods, okay? No mods. I want you to watch this. Don't worry. I will make you a mod if as needed. If Streamlabs gets to you, I'll make you a mod. But I don't want you to block anybody. I want everybody to read the comments that come in. So we're gonna leave Streamlabs. We're gonna remove him from standard moderators so you guys don't get in trouble. So there will be no mods. And then there's gonna be about 100 people, okay, that are in jail, banned from my channel completely. They will be released. Every single one of them, even though I know some of them, I know for sure I don't want them to ever come into my channel. But today is going to be a day that you guys get to learn something, and I will prove to you how people are. Gurai, I don't think you know what an Israel flag looks like. That's my home country flag. That's like flag from Honduras, my friend. I was born in Honduras. The people that come in here, you will see right away they just start insulting. They don't want to have. If I put a fact out there and I show you the graphics and the history and the video and the this and that, they'll just say lies. And when people do that, I know they're not serious. I know that they are just trolls. But I want you guys to experience that with me. I want you to see the chat. I want you to look at the chat and watch what happens. Okay? Now, before I save and release the hoodlums, Maybe they learned their lesson. Who knows? Maybe they deserve a second chance. Some of them are getting a 10th chance. But let me go ahead and say hello to all you beautiful people that are coming into my chat. You guys are amazing. Have I told you that? Have I told you lately that I love you? Oh, man. All right. Uncommon Woman, how are you? Like and subscribe, please, she says. This uncommon woman, she is one of those very secret fans of my dimples. And I love it. Don't tell my wife, guys. Magic Man, you're awesome, dude. Kramis, oil prices. Okay, stay on topic. Kramis, Kramis has been programmed the right way. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now listen, you gotta you there's only one speed on this channel. My speed. Either you keep up or you get left behind. If you get caught talking about other topics that I am no longer talking about, you will probably get muted. And I don't know, maybe not. I won't, but just let you know. If I'm talking about President Trump, hey, boom, throw everything. Throw all the rocks, the wrenches, the knives, throw everything in there and say something about Trump. If I'm talking about Rubio, man, throw the sink in the kitchen in there and everything you want. If I'm talking about Democrats, you better be throwing something. Don't stay quiet. You better be throwing something. You know what I mean? Jakey, how are you? Already subbed the other day, he said you don't need to subscribe anymore. I love it. Terry Will, how are you? Retired veteran. He's your president, not mine. Terry is a retired veteran from Africa. Apparently, his president is not the American president, so I think he switched citizenships. Now, when I made my oath to become an American citizen, when I made an oath to this country, it didn't say, make sure that you like the president that is in office so that he can be your president. No, the oath said that I had to. It is a must. It is a citizen duty, responsibility to accept and submit and to follow everything. The government to the Constitution. Follow and respect the laws. As a retired veteran, you do a disservice to the veteran community for the president, whether you like him or not, whether he's retarded or not. He is the commander-in-chief. And you're breaking rank. So you no longer get the title and the honor of being an actual vet. You dishonor us by saying that. I wish you didn't. But don't worry. You can always change your mind and think about what I just said. I will never hold this against you. Dana, how are you? Good to see you in here. I know you've been here before, and I didn't say anything. Let's see. ML Coins. That is one of the comments that will get you kicked. Do not insult my president. Don't insult the people in my chat. And specifically, don't insult me, because most likely I will kick you myself. Now, you guys ready? I'm going to be releasing a bunch of people. Now, as they come in, you guys be nice. Burner47, how are you? Good afternoon and good morning to me. Thank you very much. I appreciate you knowing that I am on the West Coast. Mr. Tyler, how are you, sir? I hope you had a great day on National Prayer yesterday. Hey, thanks for subbing. I appreciate that. I think it's subbing. Suzanne, I thought you... Oh, wait. Suzanne subscribed 20 hours ago. Who was that? My screen is so small. I didn't get to see that notification. You know what? Maybe I can do this. I can probably whiten this. I am not doing the multi-streaming because it seems to not actually have an effect. All right. Let's do it this way. I'm not going to be able to see some comments probably. There, Magic Man is throwing some coins. Okay, that's what it is. It's some coins. You know what? Maybe I can make this bigger so I can see you better. Yeah, let's do it that big. Let's see if that helps. All right. So, I'll tell you this. FYI, just a little disclaimer. If I forget to switch the screen from what I'm showing you, Let me know in the chat so I'm not here watching the video by myself. All right? I changed software usage here, so bear with me, okay? Let's see, where we at? What I stop? I stopped at, oh man, you guys have a bunch of chats in here already. Damn. Damn. Hold on, man. I'm going to have to make this big window now. Got it? Let's go. Let's see. I think I stopped at Terry says he's a retired veteran. Jakey, okay, uncommon. I already said. Dana, ML Coins, don't do that. Charlie, how are you? Good afternoon. Good morning. Let's see. Ask yourself, how come I'm not deported yet? Well, well, that should tell you. You should answer that question to yourself. You see, if ICE was as bad as they said, your ass would be deported somewhere. But you're an American, so they don't do that. And so am I, so they don't deport me. Sounds of silence. I say this all the time. Venice for president. No, I thought it was going to be a bad line, to be honest. I'm prepared for the worst from people nowadays. But thank you so much. I love it when you guys compliment me. There's nothing wrong with it. You're not brown-nosing. You're not kissing ass. You're just being a friend. You're being a courteous citizen. You are being a polite person. I'll be honest with you guys. I have no energy until I am here with you guys. And so I really, really thank you for brightening up my day. Now, big disclaimer. If you piss me off, I will eat you alive with cuss words that you have probably never imagined in your life. I'm just kidding. I'm exaggerating. But in real life, I probably would do that. And YouTube, I have to contain myself a little bit. That's just because I'm a good Christian guy. Let's see. What else we got, Tyler? Say that. John, Anthony, how are you? Good afternoon. Good morning to you. Let's see. Spin all that bowl to MAGA. Terry, let me tell you something. God bless you, man. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy Friday to you, sir. I'm not going to pick a fight with you because if I do, I'm going to regret the words that I'm going to say to you. Jason Beatrice, how are you? MAGA brothers and sisters. You know what's funny? People on the left, for some reason, they go in here and get all butthurt about us with this MAGA thing. But do you know what the hell MAGA stands for? And why the hell would you be so mad about that? Look it up. I'll let you do your research. Brian Waza! That's all the breath I have, brother. Love you, Brian. Love you, Brian. Brian is one of my oldest, one of my original subscribers and has been a member for a very long time. So I really do consider Brian one of my brothers, not because of the money that he gives as a member, but because of the advice. And he knows that when I feel troubled, when I feel, like I need to say something, Brian knows that I'll give him a call or I will shoot him a text. And, they always respond. Mike is out there. I won't tell you what his username is because he says he doesn't want nobody to know. But Mike is out there. He knows who he is. And same thing, if I call these guys, man, they talk to me like a brother, and I just appreciate it. I made a very big point here. If you call me, I don't keep your phone number. I don't care to call strangers for anything. I'm not like that. I don't give a shit about that. But if you tell me to save your number and give you a call anytime, I will. And depends on how we interact. We will find out if that call will continue to be made or if we're going to exchange text messages and stuff like that. So when I tell you that I got brothers and sisters here, I mean it, okay? They really are. It's kind of like us, right? We're not Jews, but we are, by the grace of God, we're adopted children, and we are allowed to be able to enter heaven, hopefully, if we keep up fighting until the last breath. Let's see, what have we got? Burning is already claiming the Honduras flag. Richard, how are you? Good morning, good afternoon. Let's see. Let's see. Who do we got? Foxbox, how are you? Good to see you here. We must support the people of Israel. We always do, but you got to remember this. I'm loyal to my country. Number one, I want you to understand this, okay? I don't want you to misinterpret what I say. I love Israel. I will support Israel always. But the United States of America is my priority. If at some point Israel turns against the United States of America, I will turn against Israel. And I will tell you, turning against Israel is not turning against God. Because if Israel is doing things that God is actually going to allow for them to be punished for, we are not to be in the way. So as long as Israel maintains that friendship and brotherhood with us, we're good with them. Okay? And everybody else that wants to be the same way. Now, all those who said death to America, we're going to take them out. Those who shoot at us, we will blow them out of this earth. Anybody that threatens the American lives, we should take that seriously. And we should take them out. That's just how it works. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I love about Trump, about Rubio, JD, Pete Hegseth, General Kane, and pretty much the whole freaking administration, we are all on the same boat. I will say this, though, just on the side note. I think Lutnick might be in trouble. That's all he's doing. I'm not going to put my hands on the fire for somebody who lies about things that they really didn't have to lie about. Just be honest. You don't hide things, because then people say, oh, you were hiding that because you were guilty of something. You were lying about something. No, guys, I haven't released the heathens yet. I got to hit the save button. That's why you guys are still admins. Okay? But just remember, don't take it personal. I will make you admins again. It's just I want you to have a test with me, okay? No cash bail. Yeah, that's right, Magic. We're doing a no cash bail today. One time only. We got 60 people here. We'll get up there. I just want to make sure that I get these points out. So Lutnick, apparently, when he was being questioned, he said that he went to the Epstein Island with his family. That's fine, totally fine. It's totally fine. I want to really say something, because people get really crazy about this Epstein Island. As soon as they hear Epstein Island, oh my God, pedophiles and rapes and this and origin. Bring it down a couple notches. Goddamn radical fanatics over here of evilness. Just because somebody went to the Epstein Island doesn't mean that the Epstein Island was really just about nasty things. Now, with that being said, Lutnick did say that when he saw all those weird massage tables around, that he was not going to bring his family there anymore. Huh. Yeah, well, apparently 7 years later or so, he went there with other guys. Not with family this time, at least not that I'm aware of, not that I'm heard of. Now, this is just hearsay. So, take it with a grain of salt. I just heard that he said that. So I'm going to have to go find that hearing, and I'm going to have to listen to it myself. And then I'll go ahead and make an actual opinion on it. Right now, it's just hearsay. There's no facts for me. If you know it's a fact, fantastic. But I don't yet, okay? So with that being said, if people are involved in there, and then many people know this, if President Trump was, I wouldn't put my hands on the fire for him to defend him. I am sorry. Trump knows what he did and he didn't do, and he's responsible for himself. I wouldn't put my hands on the fire for that. But there is no conviction. There is no proof. He's been vindicated from everything that they have thrown at him. The Democratic Party has been trying to destroy Trump because this guy doesn't give a shit. He is just like me. He doesn't like to be manipulated. He doesn't like to be controlled, and he says things directly as they are. He doesn't sugarcoat things. And so I support President Trump 100%. And if you're wondering why I don't have my MAGA hat, this is my 45-47 MAGA hat, so to speak. The United States of America. It is just a beautiful freaking hat. The black and the golden is just perfect. Oh, and I'm matching with the black shirt, I just noticed, and my gold necklace, and my 250th birthday, the United States, and my beautiful little American flag right here. Let's go ahead and continue down. I just want to throw some side stuff at you so you can get your mind, warmed up for what's coming. I want you guys to critically think. I want you guys to, what the hell is, Streamlabs is still a mod. Don't worry, she'll be gone here in a second with a lot of people. Everybody's going to lose their mod credits. But you guys are still my people, okay? You guys are my moderators, and you know that I'm going to name you moderator when I need you. Let's see. What else we got? Blocked for sure. Oh, well, his name says everything, but he hasn't said anything. He just flexed and said, so true. There's nothing to block. Blocked for sure. Sorry about that, buddy. Apparently, apparently, Streamlabs doesn't like the truth. Block for sure says, you are so true, bro. Thank you. And Streamlabs blocked him. What the hell? Streamlabs, son of a bitch. Okay, Streamlabs has got to go, bro. No, I'm not a citizen of Honduras anymore. I am an American citizen. I think, I don't see a difference when I go to Honduras. Honestly, I really don't feel a difference. They don't question me. I mean, my passport says that I'm born in Honduras, so it doesn't change. It says that I was born in Honduras, and I guess it doesn't mean anything to the people when I go down there, as immigration or anything like that. Jason Beatrice, how are you? Good to see you. I'm wearing a MAGA hat at 10 Vera, Dr. Bridgewater. I love it. Jason Beatrice is over there advertising locations. Go say hello to Jason. Oh, man. You don't want to mess with our vets, man. You be good to Jason. He's one of the good ones. Rudy Lama, how are you? Good to see you on here. Jeannie Beck 99 sent floating hearts for 10 jewels. Cutting Edge says good morning with a $5 super chat. Cutting Edge knows that I need to buy more coffee. They're about to cut off my internet. No super chats have been thrown in here for a month. The ship that the IRGC flew is Chinese, and China blocked all the bank aid they gave it for that. We will get to the stories here on the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. Listen, you and I already know that China is shady. It just is what it is. Listen, I will not put it past Russia to be handing out weapons and missiles through the lake to Iran. Russia has a connection to Iran. So I wouldn't put it past them, okay? So we're not stupid, but we still have to be careful with stuff, okay? Paul Salsi in the house. Good to see you on here. Let me see. I want to make sure that I catch up to everybody. Beverly, okay, I answered that too. It's the chat is a little. I'm late on the chat right now. Born in Honduras. I am very proud to be an American in 2028. Absolutely. Barney loves the show. Thank you, Barney. Thank you so much. I hope that you are subscribed. All right, with that being said, here we go. We're going to release. Okay, no more mods. Here it is. No more mods. And all the heathens have been released. So, heads up, FYI, when people come in here just talking crazy madness and all this crazy shit, just know that these people have been banned before. Now, the reason why I don't want mods on this, I'm doing a test, okay? And just so that you understand what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing. There is some people that I really, really know that should not be in my channel, okay? There's people that I know that shouldn't be. So the moment that they come in and I see them, done, okay? Here we go. Oh my God, here we go. Keep count. All right, Brian, do me a favor, since you know who a couple of these people. Just as you catch them, just go ahead and put a number, okay? Put a number like this. Put a number, boom, put a number, and then throw this in there like so. Here, watch this. Like so. Number 1, boom, like that, okay? There you go. So like a Hitler, the gay streamer, he says. Wake up, America says Trump's second term is a disaster. Oh, my man. How you doing, brah? I was just talking nonsense about you. Talking all this shit behind your back. But now that you're here, I'm going to say only nice things, okay? Where's the ice? Right now, I'm adding some hot coffee. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. I don't always drink coffee. No, I'm just kidding. I drink coffee all the time. But when I do enjoy the cup of coffee is when I have Trump telling me that I am the best dad ever. I support you, Hitler. I support you, man. Don't matter if you're gay. He's a Hitler is a let's just call him Lar. Lar is a gay supporter. Hey, bro, to each his own, man. You know whatever you like to do. We love the gays. Gays for Trump. Woo! Let's go. Chat is officially in the gutter mode. Yes, Jason. Yes. If you see Jason Martin when he comes in here, guys, you can throw a chat in there. Teddy, God bless you, bro. You know what? I am very happy today. Today, I'm very thankful to see you guys in here. I really mean it. I'm hoping that I get more people like you to overflow my chat. You know what I'm saying? With just positivity. And when you do say something negative, I gotta look into it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that you have common sense. I know that you want what's best for our country. So if you're always being positive, if you're always, supporting and this and that, when you do say something negative, I will listen to you, and then I'll have to go and look for it. I'll have to make sure that I'm aware of what's going on there. There are some things that I'm not aware of, so I'm not going to be able to, speak to it, right, so to speak. Good to see you, Jake. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Juan Leva, number one. There you go. Well, Brooklyn is kind of in there as well, but it's okay. I know which ones they are. But I really, the people that I kick, they're not coming back ever. Okay, Juan is very close, but they're not gonna come back ever. And the reason why I let them all loose right now is because I have a list of over 100 people in there, and maybe some people might have been put in there by accident, or maybe they changed their mind. Okay, but if I ban somebody, I may put some people in timeout. Because right now we're going to listen to President Trump addressing, us for a Mother's Day thing. But I just want you to know that I will time out some people, and eventually they just won't come back. But I know for sure that the people that get kicked from my channel, they will never get loose again. Okay? And I think that I'm probably going to, maybe if I remember, because I forget stuff, but if I remember, maybe by the end of my lives, this is so fantastic. I love talking. Can you tell? By the end of my life, I will probably make a list on my Excel sheet, and I just probably make a list of the trolls and the nuisance, the guys that shouldn't be on my channel, and I will make sure that those people stay there permanently. If I don't put somebody on my shit list, I'm going to call it shit list for YouTube. If I don't get people, if the people, the name is not on that list, they will be released from jail again. So let's see how long these people last. Now, moderators, today we're doing a test. I hope that you heard the test that I'm doing, so that way you don't go crazy on me. Okay. Here we go. I know Digam is one of the trolls, so let me see what Brooklyn says. This channel hates facts. Hey, how about we do this? I love this. Right now that we have these people here fresh on the chat, why don't we do something? Why don't we take advantage that you guys are... Oh, man, Tanya sent me some info, and I just got it. All right, I'm going to read this with you guys later, but you know what time it is. You know what? I'm going to release these guys. I'm going to give them a chance. Now, if they call before and they just, just use a bunch of cuss words and they didn't really have anything to conversate. If you have been with me for a while, you know that I love conversations, right? You know that I love conversations. But but when people just say, "Oh, I hate Trump," well, you have really not much that people want to know from you. And even when we're doing lives, I tell people, my members, guys, try to ignore that you hate these people and just listen to what they say and see if something clicks. If they're lying, of course, we'll know they're lying, but give them a chance. Don't hate them. All right, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead. Oh, man, I didn't fix the calling number. That's okay. I'll fix it right now. Here, I have, oh, man, what the hell happened? Little son bitch. Let's see. Give sec. Woo! The good thing is that you can see the stuff that I'm doing. Okay, and so let's see. Let me just go ahead and delete it and make it again. Yeah. Call in. There we go. No, not that one. Well, I guess. Okay. I'll use this one. Do you support Democrat policies? Call me. Okay. So if you support Democrat policies, the swastika, I might have to remove you right away. Okay. But yeah, you're gone. Okay. So here's the first guy. So the Iranian, the guy with the swastika here, this racist bastard, he's gonna be hidden from my channel. Okay. So there's one. That guy. Oh, watch out. Pizza guy, where you been, man? This guy. Were you in the slammer? I think this guy was in the slammer. I miss Pizza guy, man. He's a twisted Democrat fool today, but he's a nice guy, man. I like Pizza guy. Pizza guy is cool. He's just like again, he's just a twisted Democrat fool. Okay. Okay, here we go. So that guy is gone. I don't want racist people on here. Okay. By the way, Pizza Guy, who's the guy running for the Democrats with the racist Hitler tattoo over here, the little Nazi tattoo on his chest? Remember the guy that was at the bar on his underwear? What was his name? Oh, let's see. Oh, here we go. You support Democrat policies, including cheap gas. Well. If you have been here with me this long, see, Pizza Guy was in the slammer. He probably didn't see this live, but I talked about this yesterday. Why don't we go ahead and do a quick refresher? Let me go ahead and grab my Facebook account. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you... Now, Pizza Guy, remember, I'm here in Washington State, right? Okay. Hold on.
At a gas station in Pugetopolis.
Here we go. So, I'm not going to say it. There we go. Final solution, no swastika. Bye-bye. Thank you for stopping by. I don't want racist people on my chat, please. Okay, so Pizza Guy, this is going to be for you, okay? So let me see. I am going to show you. Yeah, there we go. Not that one, this one. Okay. Has to go, baby. All right. Let's see. Give me 1 second here because I think it's just going to keep playing for you guys. So I hope I remember. Where are you? Man, I got so much shit over here. This team that I have is fired. Fire, I tell you. All of them. Let's see. No, that. Not that. Huh. That's crazy. I'm not sure why it's showing me is playing that, to be honest, but let's do this. All right, I guess I will let me see if it's on this one too. All right, we're gonna have to do it this way, okay? Because I don't know where the audio comes from, because I don't have it on here. It could be just a glitch on my software. But anywho, so this is for Pizza Guy only, okay? Oh man, how many profiles do you have, bro? All right, first of all, let me address this. Let me address this really quick. Listen, first of all, let me tell you who is beneath. All right, guys, if you don't like this racist prick here, listen to this. So these Iranian psychopaths, which we call Nazis, they think they are superior race, but in reality, they are the shittiest pieces of shit in the scum of this earth. Now, let me tell you what the Bible says about you and your people that have the same mentality. You who think that are so white and perfect and that you are superior to everybody else. The Bible says that you belong to the devil. And you know what we have as Christians, as a Christian nation? You know what that does? It tells me that we stomp on your head like the snakes that you are. And you are going to hell. There is no question about it. The Bible says love your neighbor. Love your brother. You don't even know who you are. You're a mutt. You don't even know where your people really from. With that being said, let me tell you, you can hate all you want. But we are superior to you. You are the minority. You ain't shit. You ain't superior to nothing. The only thing you're superior to is your own dumb ass beliefs. With that being said, thanks for stopping by. Now get the hell out of my chat. Now for the rest of you guys, if you haven't learned a lesson yet, I eat racist pigs like this guy for breakfast. And I try to hold my tongue on what I say and on what I don't say, okay? I try to hold it together, but I will not put up with that kind of bullshit. Welcome back, Robert. Big bro in the house. Listen, man, my Jews I love my Jews. But let me tell you something. I was disappointed when I was in 7th grade. When I was in 7th grade. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the song stopped. I just realized that. Okay. Listen, when I was in 7th grade, well, I repeated 7th grade here in the States because I didn't speak English, but I met this kid. And it was this blonde, green eyes, curly hair guy. And he told me he was from Israel. And when he said he was from Israel, I was like, man, that is crazy. Like, I never met an Israel, a Jew. I never met an Israelite. And he says, F Israelite. What? What? So, Jews, well, some Jews don't like each other. Just like every other culture. Some Jews spit on some other Jews. Some Jews are traitors to Jews. Like, for example, the racist socialist Democrat, Chuck Schumer. Yeah, that's one of them. I don't care what they do with this. Oh, man, this guy, I love it. I'm glad that you have the same bullshit symbol so I can just remove you anytime. And by the way, you know what? I forgot to do this. I'm going to report you as a racist. Okay? And let's see. Yeah. I'm going to hide you from my channel. But you know what? Give me a second, guys. I'll tell you what. While you guys actually listen to Walsh here and Pizza Guy in specific, listen to what he says about gas prices here in Washington State.
This for our Friday Q&A segment. Let's get right to our questions. First up, Gina from Grays Harbor County. What do we do when people say it's Trump's fault that gas and diesel prices are so high? I have a friend at work who complains about this every day. It's like she's been programmed. How do I respond? Well, Gina, of these rising prices, the bulk of the money in this $5.99 a gallon for gas and $6.99 a gallon for diesel goes to taxes. It doesn't go to the oil companies. It sure doesn't go to the gas station. It goes to state and federal taxes. And yes, there's been volatility because of the situation in Iran and jamming up some of the trade routes for crude oil and refined oil that goes through the water around the country of Iran. But the bulk of the cost here is federal and state taxes. And of course, in our state, we have sales tax.
Okay, so guys, if you see a racist guy in here, just report him as hate speech, and then just block them so you guys don't get to see them again. All of these profiles that he's putting up in here, they're just going straight into the jail box, and they will not ever come back. So this is why I wanted to do it this way, because right now what I'm trying to filter out is people that I want banned, completely banned. If when I make you guys mods again, what I want you to do is just put them in timeout, maximum timeout, 30 minutes. Okay. If they continue to be stupid, just give them a maximum 30-minute timeout. Don't put up with their insults, etc., etc. But I will be the only one banning people, hitting from the channel. Do not hit the 24-hour thing, because I am going to make a list of all the hateful people that I have, and I will actually go to their channels and I will report them as hateful speech, and I will make an actual list of saying that they are racist and they are trying to put people down and intimidate and acting like jackasses, saying white power and all this bull crap. So whether you're black, brown, I don't care. If you are racist, I got zero tolerance for that shit. Okay? All right, with that being said, did you get that pizza guy? Did you understand what he says about the prices of gas?
On gas and diesel, which account for approximately 50 cents a gallon. And then we have the Climate Commitment Act carbon tax, which is over $1 a gallon of these prices. And then we have other cost drivers on top of that, like the so-called clean fuel requirements and other things. All told, north of $1.50 a gallon of these prices is state tax. And then the federal taxes on top of that add about another 30 cents or so a gallon. So that's the bulk of the reason for these high prices. Gina, tell your
So you got that?
coworker that some states are cutting their state tax on gas and diesel. They call it a sales tax holiday or a fuel tax holiday. And we could do something like that here in Washington State. I'd like to just repeal the carbon tax entirely and knock these prices down about $1 or $1.10 a gallon. But we could also just temporarily waive them. I believe that would take an act of the legislature, but the governor, who certainly likes his executive orders, could try to do it by an executive order. In other states, it's been a mix of those two things. In some states, the legislature passes the fuel tax holiday. In other states, the governor does it by order. But we could do a fuel tax holiday here and give everybody a break, move Washington gas and diesel prices down to match more like other states, Idaho, Oregon, Texas, anywhere in the South, bring these prices down. But the current governor, Mr. Ferguson, and the current state Senate leader, Senator Peterson, don't want to do that. Second question, Kim.
So do you hear that? That's the problem right there, my friend. It is the governor and the mayors in blue cities and states that have made the price so crazy, and that's why people can't afford to buy this gas. Now, I will say this over and over again, that this despite of how much hardship it puts on me, or any other business that runs on petrol, or diesel, it's a small price to pay to get rid of this Islamic terrorist. I really want Iran to go back to being free. I really want Iran to go back to a democracy. I can't believe that for 47 years, nobody has complained on the Democratic side, right? Nobody has complained. Well, they have complained, but like nobody has complained now that after 47 years of knowing who this Iranian regime, Islam terrorists are doing, uh, that they don't, as if they have learned nothing from history, you know? And that to me, it's what I would call stupidity. But we're going to continue to keep fighting for telling the truth. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter how negative they come and this and that. I've said this before. Now, this is a Representative Jim Walsh, and I have been saying this for a very long time. I'm surprised. Pizza Guy, has betrayed me. I get it. I understand because you have a loyalty to a party now because of your friends and the way your family has twisted. But let me tell you something. I've been talking about this for a very long time, and even with the gas prices, I said this. This is from like over 10 years ago. Imagine there is like $1.47 right now in taxes. Like just state in taxes on the gas prices. That's $6 right there. We can be going around $4.40 or so because there is also taxes from the federal government. If they remove that, we should be around $4 a gas. And that is very high gas price. But we could definitely be doing something better with the price. And that's the failure of the government. That's what I'm talking about. That's what a failed government does. They just don't fix the problem. I can tell you this: if I was governor already, I would have signed that. Listen, I am not here to fight against the president, whoever the president is. If I'm the governor, my job, okay, because my job is to look after Washingtonians, okay. And the number one priority is American citizens and permanent residents. That is the people that I am trying to please. That is the people that I want to make better in our state. I don't care about migrants who are visiting. The only thing that I can tell you about is that we're going to give them respect and we want them to have a good time here and we want them to spend money and just have fun and then go back to your country. Okay? Illegal immigrants, they got to go. There will be no sanctuary city here in Washington State anymore. And we will cooperate with the federal government to make sure that the immigration laws are followed. Now, here's the thing that I find very interesting with the leaders today. And, if, Penguin, I'll give you a chance to give me a call. Don't worry. I'll let you call me. And then we'll see how smart you are. And then they can go into this whole new AI thing, right? Let me tell you this, my American people, all my citizens and all these residents, let me assure you, if you think, check this out, if you think that AI is taking away your jobs as farmers, etc., well, then you don't have to worry about illegal immigrants being kicked out of this country because they don't need to do the farming anymore. We can have AI and we can have robotics, do the farming for us. They can go ahead and harvest the food. There is machines that will shake trees without destroying the trees, will make the fruits go down. And then there's things that pick up all the fruits faster than any human can pick it up in the first place. And you will save time and cost because you will have a lot less labor. You will have one nice big investment. And I'm telling you, it is possible. So the whole illegal immigrants being deported, having a problem with job failing. No, I'm going to tell you something. I have some American friends that will be so excited that their landscaping business is going to boom, baby. Their painting business is going to boom, baby. All legal residents and all citizens will have more opportunities to become business owners. Listen, you got to think, man, open-minded. This is the land of opportunity. This is where you reach the American dream. If you get rid of millions of illegal immigrants, Many of jobs will become available. Don't panic about the farmers right now doing bad, because a lot of the farmers, they're going to be destroyed anyways, and those illegal immigrants are just going to be a burden to the system. I can guarantee you, doggone it, I wish I was already campaigning. God, I wish I was campaigning. Hi, Raquel, how are you? Raquelita? I wish that I was campaigning. Oh my gosh, dude, I will be going off on these people. Here, let me play this clip so you can kind of have an idea of what I'm talking about.
Washington apples to Rainier.
Hold on, let me get it ready for you. Let me give you the idea. So here, so this is just to give Wake a little bit of information, okay? And then I'll take your calls. Let this keyboard warriors stay there, because I am so happy to take calls today. Hey, Penguin, stop talking to the chat. You want to talk, you talk to me, okay? Don't be a cheap ass. You think that you're smart, but I'll give you a chance to call. Just hold your damn horses. You can call too, Wake Up America. Let's see. I'm going to let you come in here and make an ass out of yourself. I guarantee you are dumber than a turtle. Here's the thing. Many people, this is from the 90s when technology started to grow and it started to become known to us here in Washington State. A lot of people panic and they said, oh my God, we're gonna lose the farming jobs. We're not going to have farming jobs anymore. And you know what? We have huge farming corporations just destroying the small farmers. Nobody on the left gives a shit about that. But they grab the farming crisis to trash the president when he's doing the best that he can. They do nothing to help, but they do everything to stop, to be an obstacle. I think AI, listen to me here. AI and robotics is the future. Absolutely. Especially in farming. We need machines that will farm for us better, faster, and more accurate. I believe it will reduce the cost of food that is being farmed here in the United States. Now, with that being said, listen to this report about the apples here in Washington State.
Cherries, farmers say Washington's agriculture is crumbling. USDA data shows 2 farms are closing in the state every single day. And that is threatening the future of Washington's fruit basket. KARE 7's Brandon Thompson shows us the dire steps they're taking just to make ends meet and what it means for what you get at the store.
As the growing season is underway in central Washington,
Washington State is the tree fruit leader in the nation.
Blaine Smith checks on his pear orchard that he's worked on since he was a kid.
I officially started farming on my own in 2006 after my dad.
Across the Wenatchee River Valley, growers that have worked the land for decades.
I was born in Mexico and I came here in 1985.
When I was 18, 19 years old.
Are watching the farms that used to make them money now start to cost them.
I have my job is a priority. I have this and beside. Yeah, this is my free time.
Yeah, what was it like in 1991 when you first started working on some of these orchards?
That was a lot better situation.
How so?
The money what you make in working into the orchards, that was plenty of money to provide to my family.
And today, it's just better not to farm at all. You don't lose money.
And a lot of money has been lost. Save Family Farming reports from the latest data available that in 2023, Washington farms made nearly $1.5 billion. The next year, it dropped by more than $1 billion, with farms collectively nearly $300 million in debt.
Our overall, our prices that we were getting paid is the same as it was 30 years ago, but our price getting paid here and our costs are clear up here. So anybody can do that math.
Labor is the main driver, according to Smith. Before 2020, all these growers say they would pay migrant workers based on how much they picked during the nonstop harvest season. But in 2022, Washington law changed to mandate overtime for work over 40 hours a week, upending that system.
If they can afford it,
then we'll be happy to work overtime. But now that they just not making any profit, all the guys are working just 40 hours a week and that's it.
And if they want to make more hours, now they got to go get a second or third job somewhere else.
Blaine says a bin of pears costs him $250 to produce, but he gets paid $60 for it.
Listen, because you guys don't listen. That's why you guys stay ignorant. Listen to what this is saying so that when I tell you, it makes sense. Don't be ignorant. You got to pay attention, man. If you are a dropout from school, if you've always been rebellious, if you never listen, this is why you talk the way you talk today. This is why you're so bitter. This is why you're so resentful. This is why you're such a pussy in life. You're such a wuss. You are behind a keyboard acting tough. Learn to listen. And then once you listen, make up your point. Don't worry, I'm going to ban you permanently. But I need you to I need people to know that I gave you a chance. So listen to what they're saying and we'll see what happens.
Washington State University study shows for apples it costs an average of $54 to produce a box across the state, but the market is only paying $40.
The farmer gets paid last and takes the risk first.
How do you make those ends meet?
We don't. We're selling properties.
So many growers across Washington are spending more money than what they will get from their crops each year. It means they're going to have to make some tough choices. This field actually used to be more than half of Leo's pear orchard, but instead of sprouting trees, soon it will sprout new houses.
That was not very easy because I want to.
If you want my attention while I'm over here paying attention, put a super chat. You jobless, homeless, EBT card holders, put a damn super chat on there if you want to demand some service. My time is valuable. You want my attention, you want my service, you want my entertainment, pay for it, bitches. Put your money where your mouth is. Stop talking shit on the chat because you're just over there in your mom's basement just talking shit. Go tell mommy to let you borrow her credit card so that you can put a super chat in there for $2. Cheap ass motherfuckers.
Keep going as a grower. I like to be a farmer, so very tough.
That Washington State study found a farmer takes less than 15 cents per dollar of what's grown, dropping over the last decade. These growers fear it means the fruits Washington is known for may no longer be sold on Washington shelves.
My wife used to say that money grew on trees. Well, it ain't true anymore. Those extra pressures are just.
All right, so one thing that I'm going to point out here, right? One of the things that I'm going to point out to you here is this. So check this out. This is for the ignorant wake up America. Back in the 90s, I had a math teacher. I used to talk with them all the time. I used to love math back then. I'm not so good anymore, but I always been a math guy. I like to analyze things. I would like to think that I'm an analytical person, okay? Not gay, analytical person. Hey, Brenda, how are you? Lone Wolf, good to see you guys in here. Sorry about these turds in the chat. Try to ignore them. Don't worry, I'll ban them in a second. But I want to teach people a lesson, okay? No, sweetheart, Hammerman, sweetheart, listen. Our Christianity was accepted in Africa first. That is true. But that's not where Jesus Christ comes from, sweetheart. I know. Oh, snap. You EBT holders, this is a super chat. You see that? Boom. You get my attention right away. You stop me. That's how you do it. Learn, you tards. So here's the thing. Okay. I give you some freebies sometimes, but I can't do that all the time. I got to get my points out. Here's the problem. So, okay, so we have a sanctuary city, right? These people say, oh, I was born in Mexico. I've been here for 25 years, etc., etc. They can be here legally or illegally. At this point, it doesn't matter. Here is the problem. So, as citizens, as concerned people, we hear that AI and robotics and, and all this new technology is going to take away the jobs from the farmers. Okay, so we said, okay, well, we got some migrants that are farming. They're cheaper right? They're cheap labor. If they need to work 50 hours, 60 hours, they'll work it. Here's the problem, because you probably weren't paying attention, okay? The problem is that here in Washington, well, in many states, if you work past 40 hours, you have to pay overtime, okay? And there's a whole formula for this, but I will try to explain it and break it down as much as I can, okay? So they have 40 hours a week. Now they can do more if they work more. But now the problem is that the socialist Democrats have put so much regulation and charges on the farmers. As you didn't hear, they're not making a profit anymore. Socialist Democrats are keyboard peasants. That's right, Jason. Jason Beatrice. Love you, brother. Listen, and so the government, the socialist Democrat, has been putting so many regulations on the farmers. And what they don't tell you is that they go and when they see money, they put fees on the small farms, okay? They overregulate them. They put all these fees. For Pete's sakes, they just sued a small farmer for $80 million, I think is what the suit was for using his own water. That is crazy. It's like California bullcrap over here, right? But then you have bigger farm corporations, and they're using some AI technology, some robotics, right, to do some farming and in a huge scale. And so they're putting away these small farms, and the bigger farms, they are doing this. Oh man, it's so much information, guys, but you guys got to pay attention. They're doing this. They get HB1 visa holders, right? Migrants from other countries to come and farm at a cheap labor. They don't have to get them health benefits. They don't have to pay them overtime. And a lot of these companies, they overwork them. They abuse them. They literally make them work like slaves in slave conditions. I kid you not. So the socialist Democrats who says that they don't care about us, the citizens. They don't care about the residents. They only care about illegal immigrants. But even with the caring for the illegal immigrants, even the illegal immigrants are getting screwed because the same socialist Democrats are letting these big farm companies abuse the HB1 system. They get the money, and then even the illegal immigrants go homeless and jobless. You know what they got to do? They got to reach out to the state help. And when they reach out to the state help, they get free health care. And they get free food stamps. And then they make babies on here. And those babies are, right now, as of today, are still born American citizens, even though they're born from illegal parents, which means that those kids really are not American citizens. And maybe that can change very soon, because this is how we have multiplied the generation of unpatriotic Americans, people that hate the United States. You have Chicanos in California that talk trash to American people, telling them that they're garbage, especially if you're white, because they're racist. They go over there and they say nigga this, nigga that, and they say all this stuff like as if they were ghetto black people, and they're over there insulting them, thinking they're tough and they're cool, when in reality they're a bunch of ignorant clowns that nobody really wants in society. They are a menace to society. They are the scum of this society. You know what? The good thing is that they can repent from that stupidity and they can make a change in their life. The problem is, because socialist Democrats like to feed them and make them dependable on the government, they will never think for themselves. So you have the ghetto black people and the ghetto Hispanics and all these ghetto communities that will never ever believe that they are equal to everybody else in this country. But I can tell you that no white person, no Caucasian that believes to be some sort of Aryan perfect race, fuck them. They are not better than I am. They are not better than you are. Everybody in this country is equally with the same rights. We are all treated the same way. And the whole victim card, it's something that the communists put in your mind so that you are being controlled in an easier manner. But let me tell you who's superior. Those who are of any color, of any gender, male or female, those who believe that following the law is the best thing to do in this country, because law means order. And when you have order, there is opportunities. And when people respect the law, the actual law-abiding citizens and the ones who are actually respecting the law get the opportunities that they're supposed to get. But when you start giving away opportunities, jobs, benefits, healthcare, food, it's not enough for the actual people that are here legally. And let me tell you, to have 22 million people of illegal immigrants, it is a growth that a city or any state cannot contain. The population of 22 million people consists of about 32 to 34 states population. Imagine how big that growth is and what economy can sustain that. No economy can sustain such a growth so fast. This is why mass immigration is a huge problem. Legal migration, it is fantastic. Everybody's vetted. We know we're not getting criminals, or at least we minimize the chance that criminals will be coming into this country. And that's why it's important to be vetted. And we have an actual number of migrants that can come here that our society, that our economy can sustain. You understand the difference on that? So now we go back to the farmers. Okay, so the farmers, the illegal immigrants, now they don't have a job. Now they're going to be homeless. Now they're going to be depending on the government. And then you got the HB1 visas. Who do they help? Big corporations. Who gets help from the big corporations? The Socialist Democrats. And what do they do to the people that are actually paying for this? They tell you tariffs are evil. You're paying the consumer. You're paying for the tariffs. You're paying for this war. And Trump is evil. And the orange man is the devil. And you guys' economy is unaffordable because of Trump. But in the meantime, they don't tell you we are putting so much regulation on the farmers, they can't afford to pay their employees. They can't pay them overtime even though they need them because they got to get the product out, but they can't afford it. So what do they got to do? They got to lose all that money that they're going to be making because the overtime is too expensive for the farmers. And why can the farmers pay it? Because they have raised the taxes on products. They have raised the taxes on supermarkets. They have raised the taxes and regulations on everything that has to do with delivering food into our homes and to our markets so that we can go buy it at an affordable price. And then you get the dumbass socialist Democrats to go out there and say, I want my minimum wage to be $35 an hour. And they don't realize that the companies that have to pay $35 for every employee, they have to pay that same amount to L&I, to the Social Security, and they got to pay all these payroll taxes, and they have to pay all this cost of doing B&O taxes, and they have all this other stuff that they have to pay. And so now everything is so much more expensive for a company. Now they got to charge more for their services. Now they got to charge more for the products. And what happens to us, the consumers? We're stuck with a damn bill, and they don't give a shit. You know why? Because even if we get screwed, even if the companies get squeezed and, they get, the economy is being broken by the Socialist Democrats, they are the ones that make the bill. Just like in Cuba. Right now, people over here in the United States of America are so stupid and so ignorant. They're over there saying, oh, look at that. What are we doing in Cuba? Why are we oppressing the people? Do you know, you ignorant fools, that the communists in Cuba, the government, these private oil companies, they don't give shit to the Cuban people? They don't give $1 to the actual Cuban people. This is privatizers, and the only one that support, the only Cuban dumbasses that support these communists are the ones that are being benefited by this communist party that they have in Cuba. That's why when Venezuela was giving them free oil, they were getting rich. They were living good. They were living in mansions. Their power was good. Their food was good. They had plenty. And the rest of the people, the rest of the civilians, the resident Cubans, they didn't get jack shit. They were not having water all day. They were lacking in their energy in their houses. What do you think is the problem here? It's not us trying to fix a broken system. It's Socialist Democrats, who we know are Marxist communists today. The Communist Party is destroying this country. And if you go back to the 50s, commies were not welcome in the United States of America. From 9/11, we knew that we were not going to allow any Muslims in government. And what do we see on the East Coast and the West Coast? We see Muslim mayors all over the place. We see mosques being raised. We see Obama, who called himself a Christian, a hypocrite, never been a Christian. His father was a Muslim, who says that he left the Muslim religion because it was bad. But tell me this thing, why is Obama supporting Mandani? Why is he saying that Muslims are going to rule this country? Tell me that he's a Christian. Bullshit, I call on that. You got all these rents going everywhere, but your little just little tiny pieces of shit of brains that you have, they're not big enough for you to understand what's going on in that country, let alone around the world. If you don't pay attention, you're gonna get lost. As a matter of fact, sometimes I feel like, why am I arguing with these idiots on my chat? Why am I arguing? These trolls, they're probably not even American. They're probably not even the United States of America. There's probably some Indian guy over there with 1,000 phones sending a bunch of bullshit chats to all these conservative podcasters and just making the algorithm kick them out. Well, not today, Satan. All you demons can come out and play. I'm ready to dance. Let's open up the line. Let's open up the line. Tell me all about it. There you go. There's the phone number. Give me your best shot. Come at me. Let me see, who is it? Penguin? Come at me. I'll be nice when I answer the phone. And if you come in here and be a jackass, I'll let you have it. Hammerman, you can call if you haven't been blocked. If you haven't been a jerk and you're not blocked, you can call. Here we go.
Just adding fuel to the fire of what's going to bury the farmer.
Brandon Tom.
Fuel to the fire.
Here's a picture of a beautiful family. Thanks for calling. Who's calling?
It's Rachel.
Oh, Rachel, you're not the demon that I want. You're one of my angel warriors.
I didn't get you the other day, so I figured I'd bother you today.
Go ahead, Mama. What you got?
Okay, first of all, where do I start with all these people on today?
I released all the heathens. They're all here.
First of all, okay, the one that's crying about the Epstein files.
I haven't seen that one.
Trump released more Epstein files than any president before. And if anything, the ones that Trump released vindicated the fact that he had nothing to do with it. So I don't know why people keep calling him the pedophile when the only pedophiles that were in those files were all Democrats.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Lutnick is in trouble, I think. I think Lutnick might be in trouble.
It's just nuts. I mean, let's prosecute the ones, like the Clintons, okay? When are the Clintons going to get locked up?
Right. Yeah.
The only thing I've seen is Democrats getting ripped apart in the Epstein files. And the one that's talking about Jews and God and whatever. There's one God. Jews and Christians worship the same God because there's only one.
Yeah.
Jesus was the Son of God. Oh. And regulations are the death of prosperity. I live in Wisconsin. With the amount of regulations that are to these farmers, I'm surprised. That's the reason that more things are being shut down is because, like the video said, they can work 40 hours. And if they want to work more than 40 hours, they have to get a second job instead of that same company just letting them work the overtime.
Yeah.
And getting time and a half. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just nuts.
Well, it's crazy. That's like, it doesn't matter. Listen, I go off on rants, and I can do that all day. But I like to try not to be intimidating to people, because some people get intimidated when they call in. It's like, don't be intimidated. I'm your friend if you treat me like a friend. If you treat me like an enemy, well, that's on you. But I'm not here to destroy you on the phone. I'm not here to ridicule you. I challenge you according to the words that you're putting on my chat. But I always say, hey, how you doing? Thank you for calling. And then however they talk to me on the phone, that's how I'm going to react. It's that simple. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
It's funny that they call us that we're controlled by Trump or
Brainwashed.
You know what I mean? Brainwashed. There you go. And it's like I'm a recovering,
Yeah.
Democrat. I'm a recovering one, and I even voted for Biden. Okay, that's how recent. And I had somebody open my eyes and was like, just look at it, research it. Don't just listen at what you see on the news.
Yep.
Look into it. And the minute I started looking into everything, it changed my whole perspective.
This people.
They accuse us of is exactly what they're doing. Like if they're saying you're doing something, they're probably the ones doing it.
Yeah, but you've been on my show long enough for you to have known all the issues that I talk about. But you get people that in here that they really are just trolls, because I have explained it when they are here. I have explained this many times. Like here, let me give you an example. For example, here, Wake Up America says, how dare you say that baristas don't deserve to get paid what the CEO makes? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what kind of a stupid question is that? Like, you're really going to tell me that a freaking barista should be making $91 million like the CEO, the owner of the company? Like, the stupidity that these people believe, that they really believe that rich people hold them down.
The minimum wage should be $30. Do you know how many small businesses would go out of business? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your pay is based on your work, not what the living. First of all, those that hire at minimum wage usually are hiring teenagers.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So that's why minimum wage was, and even now, my kids are their first jobs still pay them $12 to $14 an hour at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Okay. Now they work. They're not supposed to be living on a minimum wage job. You're supposed to progress.
Yeah.
Not stay in. And this, like I told you the other day, okay, I was on EBT. I got divorced from an abusive husband. I had 5 kids.
Yes, ma'am.
3 of which were disabled. And I walked out on that. And I got EBT. I got housing.
Well,
I got all that
you
stuff.
need it. Yeah, and you need it.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because I was fighting lupus, I had, kids, and it was just a dirty time. It was a horrible time in my life. Anyways, so people that think that they're fighting for the impoverished, you're not. You're not doing any favors, you know what I mean, to poor people by crippling them, basically. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Making them rely and letting them get away with sucking up so much. Okay, I lived in housing. I've seen the parents and the generation that just live in housing.
Yep, I've been there too.
To get out of it, they are perfectly content getting their $600-700 a month in EBT, and their housing where they pay $50 a month. And mind you, the $50 a month is coming from a state program too. Everything is paid by the country, by the taxpayers, and they're perfectly happy popping out a kid every couple of years just to, keep getting their welfare.
Yep.
And we need to asking them to volunteer, to do something to pay back part of what they're getting, and they're crying about it. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah.
20 hours I used to wait in line with my mother for 3 hours to get the paper food stamps in the hot Florida sun, and you're crying about volunteering 20 hours a month to get thousands of dollars in welfare support?
Yeah.
They're just too damn comfortable.
Yeah. Years ago, when I first got married, I was still very young. I was about 21 years old. We had a hard time trying to afford a place, and I was the only income in the house, and we applied for Section 8, And there was a 2-year wait, they said. Now, we had 2 kids with us. And, you know, they called us and they said, hey, there's an opening. You know, there's an opening at this apartment, blah, 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 this address. So we moved in. Now, the deal with Section 8 was that we will never pay more than 30% of the rent. Okay? It wasn't free, but we wouldn't pay more than 30% of our rent. Now, if we qualified to get in there, which we did, right? It doesn't matter if I made more money. They would just adjust my rent. They wouldn't kick us off, okay? They wouldn't kick us off. They would just adjust our rent. Lone Wolf says, Dems, tell us how the government handles money so well. Somebody asked for a definition of socialism, so I put it on the chat. As socialism is an economic and political system based on public or collective ownership of the means of production, such as factories, land, and resources, rather than private ownership. It's borderline communist. It emphasizes equality, wealth distribution, and economic planning to meet social needs. Now, to that point, it sounds perfect, doesn't it? It sounds very good. I agree with it. It's fantastic.
Somebody doesn't fucking
yeah, wait. But this is the end of it. Often replacing the profit-driven mechanisms of capitalism.
Exactly.
That fucks everything up right there. That last part of the definition of socialism is the part that nobody tries to identify, nobody tries to break down, nobody wants to communicate. They just want to say, look how wonderful it is. We are redistributing the wealth for everybody to be equal. Shut the hell up. That's how you go bankrupt, and that's how you give the power to the government.
They're actually making it where, like, the middle class is disappearing because working Americans, like, to get public assistance, they count your income before taxes, before anything comes out.
Yeah.
So if you're paying a large amount of taxes, which is mandatory for you to pay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're still, some people still fall below the poverty line.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our...
Anything, we should be helping the Americans that are working and paying taxes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Before we help Chicago,
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our...
kids and 5 baby daddies who's sitting here eating bonbons, getting diabetes, which we're going to have to pay for too.
Right. All right. Raquelita, thank you so much for calling. This is a white socialist liberal woman that has woken and come to our side, and I'm loving having her on our side. Listen, there is no better person than that who has been lied to, who has been beaten, abused in life, and has been taken advantage of the system for them to actually speak the truth. And Raquelita, I thank you so much for that call. So let's go ahead and address the economic crisis that we have. Let me see. What is it? Penguin? Go ahead, Penguin. Give me a call. Give me a call. There's the phone number. Nobody call. Just let Penguin call in here. Let this guy explain. Let me explain to this guy how economy works. No, as a matter of fact, Wake Up America, you call. Wake Up America, call. Call me, just call me. I hope it's Wake Up America. Maybe I put it in too late. Let's see. Is this Penguin?
Hello, yep.
Oh, some bitch. Well, let's see what you got. What you got? Economy. Give it to me.
Well, mostly I just think that we need to be taxing the billionaires more. I don't know why we're increasing the taxes for everyone but the people who have so much money that, like, you and I, the working class people, the middle class, we're never going to be able to afford, or we're never going to make even a fraction of what they make in their whole life.
Okay. Why do you need to make that much?
Well, why do billionaires need to make that much? Why do they need to keep all of that wealth?
Well, the question was for you. Why would you need to make that much?
I'm not saying we need to make that much. I'm saying that the people who are making that much need to pay their fair share.
Okay,
of taxes.
so when you
Right
want
now,
something
they're
in
paying
life,
the
what do you
same.
do?
Well, you got to work to get it. But
There you go.
So many of these
Okay,
billionaires-
no.
Hey,
That's it.
No, don't interrupt me.
That's it. But that's the answer. There's nothing to explain.
No, so many of these billionaires have all this money given to them by their families.
I beg to differ. Okay, so what happens?
I would wager guess that the vast majority of the people with over $1 billion across the world did not start from nothing. I'm not saying that there's not people like that.
So why are you envious? It sounds like you're jealous.
I'm not envious.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
It should be more fair.
Why?
It should be more fair.
Life is not fair.
Okay, so then why do anything at that point if life isn't
exactly
fair?
That's what socialist Democrats do. Why do anything?
Is it socialism to expect that everyone should pay the fair share of what they make and what they earn?
Well, that's just somebody wanting somebody else's money. That socialism is bad. Well, you shouldn't force anybody to give you something.
I'm not saying that socialism is good or that we should have socialism. What I am trying to say is that there are people right now working 3 jobs and they still can't afford to live. Meanwhile, there's billionaires like
okay, now
paid like $10,000 of
okay,
income tax last
yeah, okay. So
that's not true.
I agree with the 3 jobs because I've done it myself. Now tell me, why do I have to work 3 jobs to be able to afford living? And without using the billionaires?
Because you weren't born into money. So many of us.
No, a lot of people aren't. CEO from Starbucks was not born into money. He made his own wealth. But I want to see. I want to see if you actually think about what you say. So tell me, if you exclude the billionaires, what is left over to blame for your misery on affordability?
What do you mean? If we exclude the billionaires, are we to blame? We're to blame Trump?
No. We're not going to. Okay, so why do you blame Trump?
Right now?
Yeah, go ahead. Blame Trump.
Trump started this war, which we did not need to fight.
Was on affordability before Trump started the war or after?
Well, it's certainly risen afterwards. He said
bullshit. That shit's been happening for decades, my friend. But go ahead.
So you're just like your chat. You can't have a conversation. Try and listen, please.
Hey. Listen, I'm going to listen to truth, not to bullshit that you hate Trump. Give me facts.
All right, then listen to me. Give you some facts.
Give me some facts. So when I stop you and I ask you a question, you got to stop and answer that question. Go ahead. Give me some facts.
The facts are that Trump said that in day 1 of his office, he said immediately that he would try and make America more affordable.
Okay, and he did.
Saying that wasn't the case. And so he did, but now he's gone back on that. Now making it worse. He's making it worse. This war has caused our oil prices to rise, which causes fuel prices for both us and for bigger things like Spirit, also his fault. The gas prices are going up because of that, because we live in a global economy. So he started this war. He's caused gas prices to rise, which also then impacts trade and, just the shipping of everything, which makes everything rise. So that then impacts us at the grocery store and stuff like that. Everything is getting more expensive because of this war that he is waging. Meanwhile, he said that he would immediately make things more affordable for the average American, the working class person, which is who the president really should be working towards. So why did he then allow all these tax cuts for these billion-dollar companies? Why are his best friends like Elon Musk paying fractions of what they make and what they own? Why? Why do that if he says that he's for the working class and that he says he's for affordability?
Well, Elon Musk being a trillionaire doesn't affect me at all. I work for my money. You know who tries to stop me from making my money? People like you. Get a real job, Dennis.
People like me.
Yeah, people like you. Get a real job, Dennis. Spitting lies. So you're a lot of people like you do. But here's the thing. Okay, so you blame Trump. You say on affordability is the war. Okay, I got you. Okay, what else? What else is the cause of unaffordability today? It's not just the war in Trump.
It's not just the war in Trump, but that's really what's skyrocketing.
Oh, that's part of it. I agree with you on that. But it's temporary.
It was already getting bad. If it's temporary,
then
what's the exit strategy
in
Iran?
Okay, but I want you to tell me what other things are causing unaffordability. You already hear me speaking. You heard me speaking so many times about this. You should know the answer.
No, I'm not just gonna believe what you tell me. I'm telling you now that.
Well, you want me to believe what you're saying, and I give you yes, right?
Affordability to get worse are still increasing, whether or not there's a war being started in Iran. But because of that war, it's becoming so much worse.
Bullshit.
Right? Bullshit. Okay,
bullshit.
Yeah, you can just say that.
Now let me tell you something, Penguin. Lazy people and lazy-minded people like you have no critical thinking skills. Let me tell you how I see
I'm
things.
lazy and I have no critical
Let
thinking
me
skills.
tell you how I see things. Okay? You blame the rich for your misery. I blame your laziness for not working or making your own business. If you really believe, let me talk. Let me talk. I'll get you off speaker so people don't hear you. Listen, if you believe that the rich people are a problem, why don't you become rich and then you give away your money? Okay? The one way that you can be a leader is leading by example. My mother told me that if I supported and I voted for people to come in and make a change in our government, if they didn't do their job, what I needed to do was you run for office. So I'm going to go and be an example about what I'm talking about with government. Every job that I have held in my life, I have always led by example. I'll give you an example. When I was in the church, after preaching a service, I will take my jacket off, rolled up my sleeves, literally, and go clean the toilets in the church. And people would tell me, wait, why are you cleaning the toilet? You're the preacher. I was like, it doesn't matter. Jesus Christ was washing our feet, our dirty feet. So I got to lead by example. So if I tell you that a millionaire, a billionaire, or a trillionaire don't affect me, it's because I always have the opportunity to go to work. One of the things that people don't understand is when you tax the rich more than you should, because like right now, with this 10% extra tax that they want to apply on the rich, they're going to pay 51% in taxes. Now, let me just tell you why that's a big problem. You haven't been watching my videos. People don't pay attention. They just put a bunch of shit on the chat and they never watch. They never pay attention. The farmers right now, the reason why these people cannot work overtime is because they can't not afford to pay overtime. They make millions, and all of that is negative money. So you can't just label the rich people and say, oh, you're a millionaire. You got all this money. They used to make $1.2 billion. Now they're making $250 million, and that's negative for them to actually make a profit. So you can't just blame the rich. Do something to help your country. People always, remember what J.F. Kennedy says, ask not what your country can do for you, but you got to ask, what can you do for your country? And this is the problem what I have with the leftist mentality, is that they blame everybody else for their mishaps, for their problems. The difference with me and other people is I accept my mistakes. My bad doings in life is consequences of my actions, of my rebelliousness, of the bad decisions that I have made in life. And that's what I want you guys to understand. But you sit there and you guys just complain and you're putting all this shit out there that you say is facts. But in reality, I ask you, what else is causing high prices and on affordability? You started with the blame on Trump, because this is what socialist Democrats do all the time. They're doing that right now for the mayoral race in California. They did the same thing over here in Seattle with this mayor that I'm going to play for you in a little bit. They're doing the same thing with the governor. When they cannot find an answer to their problems, to accept, the consequences of their decisions, they blame Trump. They say MAGA this, MAGA that. Listen. Stop blaming other people and let's take a look at the whole situation. I will agree that this thing that's happening in Iran, yes, it is causing some burden on us. I am aware of that. And I know that that temporary tariffs to be able to negotiate, I believe that also plays a small role in that. But I give you a yes on everything you said, that Trump was doing this and that, and that's the reason. And I say, give me two more reasons. You didn't mention the two other reasons. Because you concentrated too much on Trump. But I want you to think this. I'm not trying to convince you to be MAGA like me, okay? But think about this. What happens when you have so much demand and not enough supply? Prices go up automatically. What happens when the government is putting too much regulation, which, by the way, these are permanent things. These are not temporary, like the attack in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. It's not the tariffs that are temporary. These are permanent changes that the socialist Democrats are doing to destroy blue states. Now, Republicans, of course, they have the same power, and they might be doing the same problem. But I live in a blue state. I see this myself all the time. And they don't care about the rich. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the rich are innocent and they should be held up high and mighty, but they are the ones providing the jobs. If we push too hard with our entitlement, they will leave. So wait, I'm almost done. So if they leave, how are you going to provide those hundreds of thousands of jobs that leave?
So I'm going to say that the one claim that you just said about how billionaires create jobs is false, because if you look since the 1990s, the number of billionaires has increased. I'm not sure what the exact statistic is. I could look it up really quickly right now. But the number of billionaires has increased far more percentage-wise than the number of jobs has increased.
All right, give me one.
So if what you were saying were true, then the number of billionaires increasing would then cause a direct increase in the number of jobs. Like, I mean, it just makes sense, honestly.
You would think, but if you so I gave you an example. What happens when you have a very high demand but you don't have enough supply?
I mean, was that a question for me?
That's the question.
I mean, prices are going to go up when you say that. Yeah, that's
absolutely
true.
Right. Okay. So that's why I counter into this formula illegal immigrations. So what happens when the government puts regulations and increases taxes on corporations?
I mean, what's going to end up happening is that those corporations are going to move to where they are paying less taxes.
Correct. So if you and I are business partners, right? We don't have to like each other, but we're partners, bro. We kick ass. We are the badass in business. We have our talents. We got our skills. But what do you think happens when we say, okay, here we go, Penguin. We have $200,000 that we can actually pay employees. Okay. Now they want us to pay $50,000 for employee. That means that we can afford maybe 3 employees. As a business owner, right? If you hire an employee, you have to pay for benefits, for healthcare. You have to pay for L&I. You have to pay for compensation, right? So you have to pay all this extra money, which will it will just destroy our budget. But you know what? You and I, we got 3 employees and they're badass. So what happens when we're paying them $50,000 a year, but we're a very small company, and we do bring $1 million in, but at the end of the day, our profit just for you and me, we're only getting like $300,000 each, right? Everything else is gone. So we didn't really make $1 million, but we're going to have to pay this tax because that's what the gross is. The problem is this. I can afford 3 employees. If they force us to pay $75,000 each, what are we going to do? That's a question for you.
What you're failing to see there is that I'm not saying we need to tax the companies that are only making $1 million.
Well, that's the rich people.
No, I didn't say rich people. You put that in my mouth.
No. I'm telling you, they're taxing. No, I'm telling you, they're taxing the rich people. If they make $1 million, they're taxing an extra 10%, which means that you and I, we have to pay 51% in taxes of that $1 million. And yet, you and I will still be forced to pay $75,000. What are we going to do? We can only afford 3 at $150. I mean, at $150.
And this is going to be a rare moment. I actually agree with you. I don't think that we should be
making
these taxes increase for people who only make that much money. I'm saying that we need to increase the taxes for people who make billions and billions of dollars a year. Like, look at Jeff Bezos. Actually, no, let's look at the Spirit thing that just happened. The CEO of Spirit, right before they went bankrupt, he got a $19 million salary bonus.
Yeah.
So I don't think that you can say that they don't have the money to pay their employees. And look at, like, Elon Musk paid $10,000 of income tax, and he has almost $1 trillion. So I don't think that there's not a case where
he had to pay a lot more. Yeah, he had to pay a lot more in other things, like regulations and all this other stuff. So he didn't pay taxes. I think is what it was, right? He didn't pay any taxes, I think. I don't think he paid any.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Yeah, but it's part of the system, right? So the idea is, if it's a problem, they need to change the law. They need to change the taxing code, right? But if I, like, here, I'm going to give you this example. You have to be realistic, okay? And I always use this example from the Bible, and I will just I will simplify it for you. I'll give you just the end result. A company, a master at this a vineyard, right? He hired all these people for $100 a day. Some came in at 7 o'clock, 8, 9, 10, 11, blah, 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 blah. Okay? He went and paid every single one of them the same amount. The ones that were there first at 7 a.m. complained and said, wait a minute. That guy was only being here for 1 hour. You gave him $100. Here is the summary of this parable from the Bible. The master said, didn't you agree to work for $100 a day? He said, yeah. Okay, then what is it to you what I do with my money? Meaning that he is his own owner of his money. If you want it, then you can become a master. Do the sacrifice, do the investments. Not everybody was born with wealth.
But now we live in an economy where it's impossible for people who aren't born
Well,
into
but
wealth
we can't change to
become a
social.
master.
But we can't be socialist. That has destroyed many countries.
I'm not saying we need to be socialist. I'm
But
saying
that's
we
what.
need to
But that's what you're
decrease the amount-
saying. To tax the rich
not.
to fix the problem.
not.
That is a problem. Because
Because
I just gave you
if I
one
were
example of what's going to
socialist,
happen.
No. If I were a socialist, I would be advocating for taxing the same percentage for billionaires and for people like me who don't make $1 billion.
My dear
That's
friend,
what I'm
listen, I'm a capitalist guy that believes that we should have some socialism. Like a 80-20. I said this before. You weren't here yet. But I said this before. 80-20, capitalist, socialism. We need to have a little bit of socialism. But here, I'm going to give you just one example, okay? Here in Washington State, remember what happened in New York with Bezos? Right? AOC wanted to charge us all the taxes and all this shit. And then people, they were about to get 10 or 20,000 jobs gone. They didn't do it. Now, we have Boeing here in Washington State. Unfortunately, they just happen to be socialist Democrats, bro. It's just what it is here in Washington. Everything that I say to you is because of my experience here in Washington, okay? In California and Oregon. It's the same piece of shit government. But you know what they say about billionaires leaving? And I'll play a clip for you so you can see that the socialist Democrat mayor, which is how she describes herself, actually is going to come out of her mouth. But listen to this. Boeing, it's such an important company to have. You know this. It's such an important company to have here. Yeah, they're billionaires. Yeah, their manager, whoever the hell the guy was getting $34 million. Okay, but it's not all cash. There's a lot of stock that was given to him that's worth this much. But until he cashes in, he can pay taxes on that. And he will have to pay taxes on that much money. But the point is this. Boeing has had, over here, total workforce, okay? And now, I get it, worldwide. Think about this. 182,000 jobs. The people here, I think in Washington, I don't quote me on this, you can look it up yourself. But I believe it's about, I think it was like about 10,000 people just here in Everett, and maybe 20 or 30,000 here in Washington. Let me look it up. Total employees for Boeing in Washington State. I want to give you better numbers, okay? Boeing, Washington State. Let me see how many. Okay, see, even more than what I thought. So 65 to 66,000 jobs. Boeing has just said they are going to leave to North Carolina. 65 to 66,000 jobs are going to North Carolina. The CEO of Starbucks, who, by the way, was not born into wealth, he started from a janitor position or a very low position, with Starbucks, right? He started from the beginning, right? Yeah. He built it, right? But he built it, okay? So he is providing 100,000 jobs. So far, in just two companies, I'm giving you 166,000 jobs leaving Washington State. That is a problem, my friend. And while I see your point, I had to be realistic of what happens when we have the mentality of blaming the billionaires for our problem. It's sort of like, think outside the box, right? So if we can't beat the billionaires, well, why don't we become billionaires? One of the things that you do when you become an entrepreneur, and I said this before, if you want to be a successful business owner, you have to hang out with successful business owners. If you hang out with people that think the way you do, no offense to you, but the way that you do, blaming the billionaires, then you're going to raise a society of people who will think it's not their fault that there's no food on the table. It's the billionaires' fault that there's no food on the table. But I can tell you this, my mother, when I was 4 years old, my father died. We were rich in Honduras because my father was a partner of Caterpillar. You know who they are, right? Yeah. It used to be huge in the 70s in Honduras because of the development and all this stuff. So he had millions in the bank, which, by the way, the bank stole it because my mom was an ignorant lady back then with no education. And the men were so stupid that they never allowed their wives to know everything that they had. But anywho, so we became poor. And my mother, even though she didn't have the skills or the knowledge to go and do what my dad did or, make some money, she says she would do anything she had to do to provide for 5 children, all on her own. Now, there was no welfare in Honduras. There was no free health care in Honduras. And she had to deal with everything. I was supposed to die at 5 years old, according to the doctor. By God's grace, I'm still here, about to celebrate my 50th next month, if God allows me to. But I can tell you this, my mother never once taught me that the problem for us in our home was the billionaire problem. We had to have the mentality that we're capitalists. And I hope I can make my point good for you. We had to have the mentality that it doesn't matter what obstacles we come across in life, whether it's something that, is relevant. I'm not discarding your argument, by the way. It is. You know partial truth, okay? But we shouldn't put obstacles to stop us from reaching the goals that we need to reach. So my mother came here to this country, legally, by the way. She waited 5 years for her to come here. And then I had to wait 5 years for her to bring me here. So think about this. She came here and she saw that this is a country where you can make your own wealth. Now, she didn't come to this country thinking, well, the billionaires all own the United States of America. Why the hell would I go there? That is not the mentality of the migrant. The mentality of a migrant is, I'm going to go over there and work my ass off. And you know what? Man, we never lacked food in the house. My mother paid the rent on time. And the only thing that has changed is local government taxing and regulating. When society starts looking at taxes that we vote for, like me, maybe you can call me cheap ass, okay? But every time that I have seen what we're voting for, taxes, we're going to raise this 10 cents here, 10 cents there. I'm like, oh, hell no. You know why? Because I know that adds up and that we can afford something. When we have too many people in this state requiring housing, that's a high demand. And that means that every single one of us out here is going to have to pay more for rent. And that's a capitalist mentality, right? We want to have the opportunity to work. But if we blind ourselves to blame others, like billionaires and millionaires, and trillionaires, we don't have that many, but, if we blame them for our success, we're never going to be able to do anything. And I can tell you this, I love that you do believe that socialism is a good thing, because it can be, but it cannot sustain itself. I can tell you, socialism works in small communities. Like, for example, thank you for letting me speak, by the way. For example, the Polynesian culture, right, in Samoa or any of these Niue and all these other Polynesian islands, they don't have a monetary community. So if somebody dies, everybody in the community pitches in, right? They go and get wood, they go digging and this and that. They go fishing. Everybody has to wait until the fishermen come back, and then they redistribute, right? The fish, the food, the farming. So there's farmers, there's fishers, there's builders, and everybody pitches in. Some people make mats so that they can make money, and then when they make the money, they distribute it in their community. But that small community is considered family. That's not what we have here. This is a developed nation, a developed country, and socialism doesn't work here. Because Venezuela tried that and they failed. Honduras has tried that and we have failed. Cuba, Yeah, I don't have to explain it. Mexico, I don't have to explain it, and so you have all these things that come together. And the only thing that we can say is this: it doesn't matter who the president is. Remember, when Obama was president, honestly, and God knows I'm telling you the truth, I didn't blame Obama for me not being able to afford gas when I was in Cali and homeless. I don't blame Obama for that. But there is so much regulating and taxing in California, I just couldn't afford it, especially because I was paying child support, right? But I couldn't afford it, even with a full-time job, even working 6 extra hours daily, almost 2 full-time jobs, right? I couldn't afford it. But it wasn't Obama's fault, even though the economy was crashing a bit, right? Because they were losing this money. I get it. But what really harms us is not the temporary burden. That is a pain. That is a pain in the ass, and we don't want it. But it's temporary. But what the people in local government put on us, that is permanent, and it's not going to go away. I can tell you right now, if I was governor right now, I don't know if you heard me already, but if I was governor right now, I can tell you this. Because Trump or the president is doing this and is causing our gas prices to be too high for my Washingtonians, I will make an executive order to stop taxes just for 1 month. They call it a holiday tax. You heard about that, right? I will stop taxes and regulations just on our end, just for a month. It's going to hurt our economy a little bit. I might have to cut off some NGO contracts temporarily, right? But I would do that to help the president so that my people don't have to be burdened too much. And that's one thing that, some states are doing that already. But in my state, they just refuse to do that, and their solution is one of the things that pisses me off that you said, right? It's just tax the rich. That is not, it helps, but that's not the solution. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm with you 50-50, I say. I agree with 50% of what you say, but it's just not livable. It's not, there's a word for it, but you just can't keep a society thriving for very long when you have that type of socialist mentality. Even though you say you're not a socialist, but that is a socialist construct mentality. All right, I'll let you go ahead and give me your final thought on that. Hopefully I said something good.
I would say I agree with about 50-50 of what you said, and it's also true that I'm not a socialist. I'm probably like what you said, we need a little bit of socialism because there are people who are not privileged in this community that we need to support.
Absolutely.
They need that support.
Yeah.
So, that's my final comment on it. We don't agree on some stuff, and we do.
All right, so we're not really that off. we're just shitting on each other, but we're really not that off. I appreciate that, Penguin.
That's what part of the problem is that there's so much division being sown in this country, and it's on both sides. Like, I'm not going to come here and obviously I think that there are some things that some people do that are worse than others, but it's done on both sides. There's a lot of division being sown, and I think that as long as we're believing the lies that other people are telling about ourselves, then that's only going to get worse, and a conversation like this won't take place.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
My final comment on that. If you have the time, I would like to feel the same amount of listening from you if you have time for one question.
Penguin, just be nice to my chat. Go ahead.
Okay, well that's the thing.
Just ignore them, block them. Block them.
That's the thing is that they're the ones who I want to debate. They're the ones I want to have a conversation.
Yeah, but they're not. If they wanted to debate, they will have their own channel, I'm sure. This is Penguin.
We can get to that later. But my question for you is:
Go ahead.
Why is MAGA still supporting Trump when he is very clearly involved with all of this Epstein stuff and is doing his best to cover all of this up? Like, why are the alarm bells not going off for so many people?
I think is a valid point. I just don't think right now that should be a priority. Because there's no proof. There's a lot of talk that he was, but there's a lot of hearsay, and there's no facts, there's no proof.
Well, and it's hearsay. There's no facts and proof because he has refused to release the rest of the Epstein files.
Why didn't Biden do it?
Themselves.
Think about it. Why didn't Biden do it?
Okay, so I'm not. I didn't come here talking about how Trump should be more like Biden.
No. The reason why I asked that question is. The Democrats tried to destroy Trump for 8 years. Not one of them said, even Obama and Hillary that were lying about the Russia collusion, right? Even they didn't say, hey, Let's get the Epstein files out. This guy is going to go down in hell.
Well,
They didn't do it because they knew.
The Epstein files.
I think that until we get everything out, I think we're going to continue to argue until they release it.
Have campaigned on releasing those files to incriminate him. I think that there is certainly a lot of people calling that out, especially around the time when Ghislaine Maxwell was put into prison and Jeffrey Epstein supposedly, quote unquote, killed himself.
Yeah. By the way, I think he might be alive, bro.
Well, I don't want to get too conspiratorial.
Hey, but you still gotta say it. You still gotta say it.
Quote unquote, like I promise I'm not suicidal.
I don't know, man. There's a whole minute missing from the video, I think.
Well, yeah, and so that's my question. Why is his administration still refusing to release that minute? Why is his administration still sending out redacted files?
How about this?
If he is so innocent and he is vindicated by these files, why doesn't he follow the promise that he said he would make while campaigning and fully release them? He wants to talk about how he's the transparency president, but I don't think pages of black ink are transparency.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If that is true, I don't agree with you on the Epstein files, but if it is true, they can only hold this thing for so long, right? But right now, what I want is what Trump is doing. So I will judge him if that comes out. I will judge him. Remember, somebody else is going to be president, right? Somebody else is going to be president.
Well, not according to him. He wants to run.
Well, he can't. You know he can't. So he's joking about it. But somebody else is going to be president. How about once he is out of office, takes care of this Iranian problem? I think everything he's doing is great. I support it 100%. Once we get a new president.
The bombing of the school children, you are in support of that too?
And what?
The bombing of the school children? Tomahawk missile blew up a building full of school children?
No, well, if there is any collateral damage and mistakes on this and that, what can we do? What we do know.
I mean,
what we do know is that.
The war in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. They said they're still investigating that, so until that comes out, we don't know. But what I do know is this: that these people are willing to kill their own. And let's say, for example, right? They say, for example, the intel given to them was, okay, these guys, we know they are here in this building. This is assuming, right? This is a theory, assuming that it wasn't an accident, right? And they say, okay, this target right here, these guys are right here. Hit it. And let's say they hit that target with bad intel. Got to take that with a grain of salt. I'm not saying that it's okay for innocent kids to die. Of course not. But we're also, what are we going to do? Like, are we going to put ourselves in jail?
We can hold our troops to a higher standard.
Yeah, but we can't put them in jail.
We're the military superpower of the world. So
those are mistakes that can happen in war, and we don't hold everybody accountable for that. President Trump went and got Nicolas Maduro out of Venezuela. Biden, not Biden. What was it? Obama, Bush, other presidents have killed other leaders from other nations.
Yeah,
nothing.
That's what Trump's doing now in Iran.
Well, so we can't just blame one president and not the rest of them, right? We got to hold everybody accountable for it. So what I'm saying is, for now, I think we should hold off on this little anger on the Epstein files. I know people are out of my, look at him, he's hiding, he's deflecting from the Epstein file. We have no proof, period. And if they're going to release it,
we do have proof, and Trump is trying to.
Listen, I can guarantee you, and you and I can just guarantee each other the opposite. If President Trump was guilty of that, he would be in jail. Trust me, the Democrats will not lose any sleep on letting those files out. But they didn't, because most of the Democrats are in those files. Clinton, come on.
I wouldn't say
Hillary.
I agree.
That's why they didn't do it. So, on the same token, and I hope that this makes sense so that we can have peace. On the same token, okay, so Barack Obama, let's say Biden, right, tried. And they said, "Oh shit, I don't want Bill Clinton to get in trouble, or Hillary, or anybody else. Nope, we ain't releasing the files. Anything else but the files." We can probably say the same thing about Trump and say, well, maybe he likes Bill Clinton a little bit, and he doesn't want any other Republicans to be in trouble. Yeah, I mean, that's it. You just got to say, okay, the Democrats did this 50%, and then let's just pretend that Trump is also doing the other 50%. They're both guilty. At the end of the day, we're not getting what we want. But what I will say is that we're getting what we want because we voted for what he's doing, and nobody else has the balls to do what Trump is doing. So I got to give him respect for that. Why I might disagree with a lot of the things that he says. Sometimes I get a little pissed off, but my loyalty still belongs to the president. Okay?
Yeah, but there's a such thing as too much loyalty.
I know, brother, but as I always say, people, if you want to be here and you want to be friends and all this shit, fantastic. But if you're just going to come in here and just talk shit about Trump, you might as well just scroll over into the next, go to a leftist podcast, where they will always be in agreement with you.
Yeah, but why confine yourself to just, talking to people that share your beliefs?
Because I believe that, as I told you, as an entrepreneur, I believe that for you to be successful, you got to think with mind-alike people. All right, brother, I gotta take a quick pause. I know, Brandon. You can disagree with me. That's fine, but that's why. Okay, you ask me why, I give you the why. But with that being said, Penguin, man, I'm not disappointed, bro. I think you were fair. Yeah, we're 50-50, maybe 40-60, but I appreciate you.
Let me just say to all of the people listening in the chat right now,
be nice.
Look at what can happen when you allow a conversation to take place. Look at what can happen when we don't throw insults at each other. And
if you stay on the chat, I'll play a voicemail for you, okay? But let me take a break because I got somebody knocking on the door for me. All right, man. Nice talking to you, Penguin. Be nice in the chat, man. Don't be pissing people off on my chat.
Yeah, listen to it.
All right, man. Be good, brother.
Thanks, you too.
Yeah. All right, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and play. That's a nice call from Penguin. Very surprised. I thought I was gonna have to cut this guy out. I'll be right back, guys. But I can still hear. The live. So let's go ahead and start with the live from, well, it's not live anymore from the president, but let's go ahead and play the video here. You know what? Let me try to find out where the hell this music's coming from here first. Hold on. Never mind. I think it's either fixed. Maybe it's fixed. All right, here you go. We're going to go ahead and play President Trump here on this live speech.
Well, thank you very much. We love that song. We could have listened to the whole song. We've had that right from the beginning. It's Lee Greenwood, and it's been a great tribute to all of us.
Well, I hope I didn't lose my internet.
Very much. We love that song. We could have listened to the whole song. We've had that right from the beginning. It's Lee Greenwood, and it's been a great tribute to all of us. Why don't we sit down? We've got plenty of time, right? Special people, very special people. And I hope you like what we're doing. Did everybody get to see the Presidential Walk of Fame? Right? And you have some of your favorite presidents there, some of your least favorite presidents. Some were good, some were great, some were terrible, but that's the way life goes, right? And you notice the roses. This is a rose garden, and we added a lot of roses, I will tell you. This was a rose garden that didn't have too many roses, and if you look now, we cornered the market on roses. And you deserve them. So thank you for being with us in this beautiful spring, this gorgeous spring day. The very famous Rose Garden has been famous for a long time. They let it get a little bit out of control, but now it's brought back to the highest level. And, where you're standing or sitting right now is white stone, and that was grass. And the problem with it is you couldn't walk on it because this was built on a wetland, and the grass was always soaking wet. It didn't matter. It was always soaking wet, absolutely. And so when Brooke Rollins would get up and start making a magnificent speech, and she'd be standing in mud, and she'd say, I ruined my shoes. Her speeches would never be as good as they could have been because she was always concerned about ruining her shoes. but people would come here, women would come with the high heels, and it wasn't a pretty picture. So after about 150 years, we gave up in the grass, so we said, let's build it so we can use it. And now we have lunches here, we have dinners here, and it's nice and it's cool. The white reflects the sun, so you don't, although it does go in my eye right now, I noticed. I didn't anticipate that. But it's a great place. It's a great place. And we do news conferences, we do everything. And right up here, you probably noticed the new black granite. And it's been so well received, people can't even believe it, because the stones were all broken and really in bad disrepair. And it's really become great. And we added the pictures of the presidents, from George Washington to a guy named Trump. And people really, they've loved it. We call it the Presidential Wall of Fame or Walk of Fame. We say you could call it either. Do you like walk or wall? Ready? Walk, Presidential Walk of Fame. Presidential Wall of Fame. Same. That's the same. I would call that a tie. But I want to thank you all for being here. It's amazing. The weekend we celebrate Mother's Day, honoring the women who raised us and all of the wonderful mothers in our lives for millions of American families. Sunday will be filled with love and gratitude and joy. Great. I had a great mother, by the way. And today we're honored to be joined by many strong and truly heroic moms who have stood up for their children, both in life and in a very profound loss. Very, very terrible in many, just terrible loss. Many cases, and we have a lot of the greatest people on earth, angel moms. They're with us today. They're great people. They've been through so much, and I got to know so many of you during my first days of running. I got to know you, and I got to love you. But we want to thank you for being here. Mother's Day, it's one of the great days. I always think so fondly of my mother. I had a wonderful mother. Among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious children stolen from them by the open border policies of the radical left. Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders, by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country, and bad things happened. Bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. These incredibly brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same heartache that they've felt all their lives. They've felt for so long. They've raised the most beautiful child that has taken, and they've spent so many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known you for years, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in, and they'd just come up in caravans. I think it was my name I came up with. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations, come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border, and they'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, that's been our number. And these numbers are done by people that the numbers, when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe, actually. But they're done by people they tend to be somewhat on the left. So they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just on that, we save a lot of lives, because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border and then told them to just walk in, because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where is Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask, is it easier with time? Because time has gone by. Marianne, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You always hear with time, but a lot of people say it's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful. Tammy Nobles. Tammy, are you here? Tammy Nobles. Right. Does time help, Tammy? No.
No.
It used to be. Time heals all wounds, right? But it doesn't.
That's a joke.
Doesn't. When you love somebody that much, it doesn't help like it should. Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where is Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others, and I want to thank you for coming. And I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly. But this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all, and all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day, and you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are, because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. For years they'd go and catch the boat, bring them to court, they'd go in, they'd go out. By the time of the evening, they'd be back on another boat, bringing drugs in. So we gave them warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But think of that, down by sea. A lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot, but you'll see it coming down. And they come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartels, they just rule it. And we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, waterways, pretty much done, 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder. Ann, you're here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you do, Ann. Stephanie Rowe. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, who's a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic in America. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and laid down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice, where is Janice? Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Hi, you look great. That's a beautiful hat. Thank you, Janice. Who lost her son, Marine Captain Jesse Melton, and I heard he was an outstanding. They give me lists and they tell me about people. You know, they said that Jesse was outstanding, Janice. They have the word outstanding. Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, "Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom." Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life for our country. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well, very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "Do you actually think he's coming out?" They said, "Yes." And I was going to do just to stop by and say hello. And we ended up listening to music for 4 hours on that beautiful night, looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral Persino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you on this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. We had you to, I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, you know, it's a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We had virtually none. Everybody loves school choice. With accounts, we have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future, and we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest and to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6.25 billion. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, "How did you do that?" He said, "Well, I did it and I just never stopped. It just kept going." So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier than ever before to start a family by lowering the price of IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers, and fighting to bring down the cost of living so that more Americans can pursue the dream of, and it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the favored nations, most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%. You could say 500%, 600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play, so when I was here, this was a big ambition right at the beginning. I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit, because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible, favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world by far. Now we have the lowest drug prices in the world. Can you imagine? So we cut them by 50, 60, 70%, and go out and you'll see exactly. It's one of the big, I think it's one of the biggest things that we've done. Drugs that were costing in London $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are really raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job, but for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day, and for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the angel moms and others, Gold Star moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even the most. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
I think that was awesome. All right, I'll probably allow the phone to come in. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about this sauce. Sauce the Boss. You might have to replace that name to Weak Sauce. So this is an argument that I have never understood why some Americans are so simple-minded and easier, so gullible to confuse and so easy to convince. You're so gullible and become so stupid that you don't even realize when you're destroying yourselves. If you didn't read my comment, you are like the dogs and cats that once they figure out there is a tail behind them, they start chasing it for no reason. The Constitution of the United States of America is very plainly written, and I would never think that the Constitution of Honduras belongs to Nicaragua or El Salvador. The Constitution of Mexico says some of the same things that we say in our Constitution. So how come you don't go to Mexico and talk shit over there? Why don't you go over there and become a citizen of Mexico? Go find out and see what happens. It is in our best interest that we understand what our forefathers left us. I, as a migrant who has become an American citizen, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful that they did that. And I became part of the United States of America when I decided that I was going to stand here and I was going to speak the truth and I'm going to respect and honor this country and its people that also respect and honor this country and the Constitution. It is very clear and obvious to me that the Constitution of the United States of America is for we, the people. Who is we, the people, but those who have a voice? Well, it belongs now to American men and women, citizens of the United States of America. The only exception to this will be for those who are green card holders. See, you fall under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America, but you don't have the right to vote. So you don't have a voice, but your children do. Why? Because you're a permanent domicile. That means that we have an immigration rule that says you cannot leave this country for too long, or you will lose your green card. So if the Constitution, if the immigration laws is making you stay in this country and you are a permanent resident, then your children, by all means, will be American citizens. With that being said, if you respect the law, you too can be part of the American family. For what is a country with no borders? Well, it's not a country at all, is it? I think you should go visit Africa for a couple of years and then come back so that you can realize how important it is to protect our borders and how fantastic this country really is. Many of you entitled little brats have never been to a third world country, so even the poverty levels that we have here in the United States of America, you are so ungrateful. You need to go to a third world country who is really struggling so that you can see how great America is. And if you somehow manage to educate yourself that the millionaires and the billionaires are not the reason for you being broke, you too will achieve the American dream. Now, Leviathan is a racist bastard. I can tell by the comments that he puts on the chat. Somebody that claims the racism, that plays a victim of racism, are actually racist. And the worst thing is that they're being racist to themselves because they believe the white man is supremacist. The white man is supreme to them. It is the white man that keeps them from getting a damn job. Let's not be fools. The Constitution belongs to the American people, and that is for those who can vote politicians in office. That's who the Constitution belongs to. Illegal immigrants, I'm going to say this, the only way that your anchor babies will be saved from not losing your American citizenship is if the parents have become American citizens today. If your parents are still illegal, you should be stripped from your citizenship of the United States of America. You are not an American citizen. I wish you would support this country more. Then I will probably take my comments back, maybe. But you don't support the Constitution. So shut the hell up about the Constitution if you don't support it. Who in their right mind is going to say that the Constitution was written so that we can be raped by our enemies? Can you imagine that? The stupidity of the Americans who believe that. Sadly, it's almost 50%. It is a fact, my friend. If you haven't watched a couple of my shorts, I made a pledge of allegiance to the flag, and I made an oath of allegiance to the United States of America. I keep this paper here nice and handy for me, something that I had to study and something that I had to give for myself so that I can be informed of what actually makes an American citizen. Now, for you poor little bastards like Billy Bob, who doesn't know what the fuck a fact is, an oath of allegiance for any migrant. I don't know. People don't watch his videos. I know it's like 200 videos, 200 views, 350. I don't know. But the oath of allegiance says that I make an oath. See, I'm not one of the people. I have to make an oath. When I became a green card holder, I didn't have to make this oath. Not until I became an American citizen. And I took it seriously. So I don't care what you beaners and illegal immigrants out there think about me. If you think I'm a coconut, whatever, it doesn't matter. But the fact is that everything that I tell you is a fact. It is true. As a matter of fact, one of the things that we were talking about before, I wanted to address this because there's some morons like Sauce in here that don't believe that the Constitution of the of the United States of America belongs to Americans only. I was talking about the economy. And when you tax the billionaires, when you tax millionaires, well, there's going to be a problem. And when socialist Democrats have no brains, well, this is how they talk. Listen to this.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like bye.
Well, I always tell people, because I'll be like, oh man, you Florida, you guys, you did this, you did that, man, how we want other states to be like you. How'd you do it? And look, we've done a lot, we've led on a lot, and I'm proud of that. But I also have a cheat code here. All I got to do is look to New York, Illinois, California, Washington State, and then just do the opposite of what they're doing. And that works out very, very well.
Ouch. That hurts my feeling. I'm here in Washington State. It's the truth. Over 30,000 jobs are leaving Washington State with Amazon. Over 65,000 jobs are leaving Washington State with Boeing. 100,000 jobs we have lost from the year 2025 till March of this year. All due to a high regulation, high taxes, violence, criminal activities, people not being safe on the streets anymore, elders being attacked by Somalis, by criminals on the street. How many jobs is that? Isn't that crazy? David, you are a moron. You don't even know how tariffs work. Tariffs are a temporary means to make sure that we negotiate deals, you dumbass. But the taxes that your stupid socialist Democrat government do, those are permanent problems. And that costs a lot of unaffordability. Why do these morons never learn? When are you guys going to grow up? Are you an adult? How old are you that you have gathered no wisdom in your life? How stupid are you that you don't know how to see the truth right in front of your eyes? Every day is the same thing. It's like I'm trying to help you guys out, but you guys, I don't know if there's a way to help you out. Here's an interesting post. Maybe you haven't seen this, but here's an interesting post. Pro-China tech tycoon helped organize May Day protest, where New York City Mayor Mamdani spoke. A group financed by a pro-Chinese Communist Party tech tycoon was among the first at Friday's May Day demonstrations, and a socialist mayor Zora Mamdani's remarks. The People's Forum, which a Fox News digital investigation found, received over $22 million from Shanghai-based Neville Roy Singham. They helped organize the New York City protest. Pro-communism advocates canvass the crowd, hawk newspapers, and encourage participation in upcoming events. Lies, they say, lies. This guy is always speaking lies. Let me go ahead and play a clip here from your favorite. Let me see what this is about. This is back from May 1st when I shared this on my Facebook account.
California has...
Hold on, essay. We need to make sure everybody here is on page. Go for it.
It's a new problem. It lost track of its own state payroll. State officials recently admitted that they have no idea how much money it spends on state workers' salaries. Most states use payroll software. California apparently uses a Ouija board and a Sharpie. A recent report says that California officials cannot fully account for how much taxpayer money goes to employee compensation or how many workers are paid with general fund dollars. So they don't know how much they're paying and they don't know who they're paying. But surprisingly, they know exactly how much water your toilet uses. The same report says that California is also facing structural budget deficits estimated between $20 billion and $30 billion. Usually, you have to join a cult to have your money vanish this effectively.
Please like, comment, and subscribe.
California has a new problem.
And you still want to say Dennis lies, lies, lies. This is what they say, guys.
California has a...
They really just have no clue. They have no clue what the hell is going on in our life. Oh, boy. I don't know if this is a clip or a live. No, we're not going to play that one. Let's see. I already showed you that. Yeah. That one, too. Yeah, that one, too. I really love this one. I really love this one. If you like to make fun of accents, this will be your chance. I really love this one. Thank you, Samuel. That is also, tariffs are also made to encourage local buying so that you can consume American product. See, the problem with cheap socialist Democrats is they want everything free and handed out to them. They don't want to do the hard work. They don't want to do the labor. They'd rather do illegal immigrants to do the labor that they don't want to do, and they just want to live off welfare. Tariffs are a temporary tax imposed to make deals. Now, for you socialist Democrat dumbasses that listen to the bullshit from the corrupted politicians on the Socialist Democratic Party, let me remind you that they have been preaching to you that we, the consumers, pay for the tariffs. Well. I wish that you would pay attention to what the hell is happening right before your own damn face. They sued the government for $166 billion. Big corporations and businesses are over here getting refunded for the tariffs that they had to pay. And you nincompoops on the left that keep complaining about the tariffs, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. The government, the fear-mongering Democrat government, continues to tell you to blame Trump, but you don't think for yourself. Oh, there he is. David Blackburn, you're one of the legitimate people that I want to block from my channel. Thank you for coming by and reminding me. Thank you for that. Billy Bob, us consumers do end up paying for it, idiot. You are an idiot, Billy Bob. Fucking dumb-ass retards that come into my chat sometimes. Unfortunately, this motherfucker is over here in Washington State with me. This is one of the sons of bitches that keep ruining Washingtonians' lives. You dumb-ass motherfuckers are the ones that come in here and destroy our economy because your stupid asses just open your mouth without even knowing what the hell is going on. Cost of doing business corrects the tariffs that businesses have to pay. That's how they get their money back. They sue the government to get $166 billion. $159 billion is being refunded to them, and your dumb-ass son of a bitch, Billy Bob, you motherfucker are not getting shit of those taxes. Now what? Shut the hell up if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. By the way, this channel is uncensored. It's not meant for 18 years old. If you are 18 years old and your parents don't allow you to curse, get off my channel. With that being said, let me go ahead and play this guy from the European of Sovereign Nations.
Stop with your...
This guy is fantastic. This guy is phenomenal. You make one more stupid-ass comment, Billy Bob, and I'm going to fucking block you from my channel. I am going to let myself loose, and I am just not going to give a shit what anybody says. Sauce the boss. Okay, you're done. Get the fuck out of my channel. Go get a job, you lazy motherfucker. All these fucking people, they don't know me. I am nice because I choose to be nice, you dumbasses. You want me to be the bad guy? Let's dance. You don't know shit, Billy Bob. Matter of fact, get the fuck off my channel, too. Fuck you and your dumbass. Watch this. This guy is a European who also knows what we're talking about. Check this out.
Lies. You are not saving here any trees, any bees, any fish, any swamp. You are not saving here anything. Actually, your green scam is destroying Europe, is destroying our economy, lives of the people, and the future for our children, and we should abolish it immediately, now. People in Europe can no longer afford to pay for these high energy prices. Companies are fleeing Europe because they are not able to be competitive here in Europe. Young people are not even dreaming anymore of having children and starting families because it's extremely expensive, and to own such a small house or apartment in Europe is a luxury now, and everything of that is because of you and your crazy ideas. But you pretend not to see the consequences of your own actions. You are discussing here how to bring even more immigrants into Europe and how to provide housing for them, or maybe how to facilitate sex transition for young children in every member state, or maybe how many electric cars should every company in European Union has. Europe is falling. Europe is losing in front of the whole world, and is losing because of you. And as I said it last time, Ursula von der Leyen and her Commission are the biggest enemies of Europe.
And the truth shall set you free, you dumb, ignorant people on the left. You guys will never learn. I know, Tanya. You warned me. I know you warned me.
In my whole life, look.
Hold on, sir. Now, I got a treat for you guys, and I'm sure that you're going to love it. Now, this is all, of course, this is all for MAGA, for Republican conservatives, for those American citizens who believe the Constitution belongs to just American citizens and residents, and everybody else can just fuck off. With that being said, here is some news. Boom! Let's take a listen to this real quick. Turn the volume up. Turn it down for what? Evil voices, you are the same dumbass that I just hid from my channel. Which, by the way, once I hide you from my channel, that profile will never make it back. It is that simple. So you dumbass motherfuckers can just go kick rocks. You guys are evolving my channel into something different. So you get what you asked for.
Back now at 10:30 with major breaking news out of the Commonwealth of Virginia, where the Virginia Supreme Court just issued a landmark ruling striking down the voter-approved congressional redistricting plan. That is a major blow to Democrats, not just in Virginia, but across the country. The justices ruled that the legislative process used to advance the proposal violated the state constitution. Let's learn a little more about the process. I want to bring in Virginia Public Radio reporter Michael Pope. He's covered this extensively. Michael, I appreciate you joining us this morning. Let's start with what's happening right now and the immediate impact when it comes to the midterms.
Yeah, well, the immediate impact is that Virginia's congressional map, the one that we've got right now, as opposed to the new one, is in effect. The majority of the justices ruled they invalidated this statewide referendum for the new map.
Aw, say it ain't so. But what happened to the Democrats that were redistricting? They were doing so good. What happened? Oh, you guys are going to get your ass kicked in the midterms? We told you so, little bitches. You can't win. This country is great because we're in it, not because you're in it. All those who agree with me, you are part of that compliment.
So take that referendum and throw it into the garbage can for now. Worth noting that just a few minutes ago, right before we came on air, Attorney General Jay Jones issued a statement saying that he disagreed with the ruling of the court, saying that it disavowed the plain language of the Constitution. So he's disagreeing with the logic behind what the court did. He also said that he would be pursuing every legal pathway that is available to them. Unclear what that is at this point. I mean, the Supreme Court of Virginia is the highest court in the land, and if, in terms of Virginia, and so it seems doubtful they could make a federal case out of this, and even if they did, they could take that to the Republican-controlled Supreme Court. So seems unlikely that they would have many legal pathways at this point. So for now, the important news here is that the referendum has been invalidated. It no longer will take effect, and these new constitutional boundaries that were supposedly 10-1, throw those in the garbage can, because Virginia is keeping its current congressional map.
So two things at play here, Michael, that I see. One is what you just laid out very eloquently. And for Democrats, it's a huge blow because they were using this to potentially gain up to 4 congressional seats. And in midterms, that could mean.
Not only that, but they forced us to go do our own redistricting on red states, and we got them. You know, just like they try to get Trump on the Epstein files. Remember that? They kept trying to get Trump in the Epstein files. Guess what? All the Democrats are being caught. They try to get President Trump for fraud, which he never committed. Democrats are caught with doing fraud. They were trying to blame President Trump for sexual harassment and this and that. Well, now we got Swalwell is actually one of them. Their Democrat leader that they really wanted to be governor of Washington State. Isn't that fantastic to know that we're actually informed with some of this information? Oh, my God. Thank you, my socialist Democrat fools, for giving us more seats.
The sway of the balance of power when it comes to the entire country's representation in Congress. The second thing is, how do voters in Virginia feel? They were the ones that turned out in pretty good numbers to vote on this, whether they were voting in favor of it or voting against it. And now it seems like that didn't even make a difference at all.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be really upset that their vote is being cast aside here. It was a majority of voters that approved of the amendment, and the aim of the amendment was pretty explicit, to unseat 4 Republican members of Congress. You had a majority of people voting in favor of this. Obviously, on its face, partisan redrawing, gerrymandering of the congressional districts. A majority of voters approved of that. A slim majority, but a majority nonetheless. And so I think there probably is going to be a lot of upset voters here about this ruling. Worth pointing out some of the logic here. So one of the main reasons this thing has been cast aside is because of a legal debate over what it means to have an election. So the Virginia Constitution actually lays out a process for how to pass a constitutional amendment. So the process is really clear in the Constitution. The General Assembly has to approve it once. This is the first approval from the General Assembly. Then there has to be an election intervening. So the General Assembly passes it once, then there's an election. Then the General Assembly, the next General Assembly after the election, has to approve it again. So approval once, then an election, approval again, then it goes to voters. The problem is the Democrats sort of sprung this last minute and passed the first version of this on October 31st, Halloween. And so the problem is, early voting had already started. More than 1 million votes had already been cast when the General Assembly passed this the first time. So the legal question for the Supreme Court was this. Was the election a one-day thing, in which case the Democrats had a solid argument here. They passed it, then there was the one-day election, then they passed it again. The problem that they ran into from the Supreme Court is the court ruled that the election was a cumulative process, and those 45 days of early voting constituted an election. So if you cast your ballot on the first day, that was essentially the election.
So it sounds to me like what the ruling was, the Supreme Court was based on the procedure. It was a procedural issue. It was not necessarily had to do with the vote itself. It was just that the vote occurred. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the process is really important because the Constitution lays out a process. If the Democrats had passed this constitutional amendment, if the General Assembly, the Democrat-led General Assembly, had passed this constitutional amendment before early voting started, they would have been in the clear. They wouldn't have had a problem. But they didn't do that. They decided that strategically they would wait until the last minute, and they had an opportunity when there was a special session about the budget in October, when early voting had already started, and that's when they decided to pass it. So they procedurally, they screwed up.
So and that's to my next question. I have two more questions. I want to try to get through them quickly. One, leading up to this election, when Virginia voters turned out at the polls en masse, we had reported this was a chance that this could happen. You had reported there was a chance that this could happen. Did no one that proposed this this particular vote realize that this was a chance? My question is, why would they push this through? Is it just in the hope that no one would notice, for lack of a better way of saying it?
Well, I mean, the Democrats did have a legal argument, which was that the election was a one-day event. And so they knew that there would be legal challenges, but they felt like they had a strong legal argument that they could present to the Supreme Court. And as it turns out, they were wrong.
All right, one more question for you, but first I want to get to, you mentioned earlier the statement from Jay Jones, the Attorney General in Virginia. I just want to let people know what he had to say. He said, today the Supreme Court of Virginia has chosen to put politics over the rule of law by issuing a ruling that overturns the April 21st special election on redistricting. This decision silences the voices of the millions of Virginians who cast their ballots in every corner of the Commonwealth, and it fuels the growing fears across our nation about the state of our democracy. End quote. That from Attorney General Jay Jones. So here's my last question to you. Aside from, like you said, taking it to a national Supreme Court, which doesn't seem on the surface like it would make any decision other than what the Virginia Supreme Court said, can they take this back to the people? I know you can't do it before the midterms now, but is this something that could be revisited still in the future? Or is this because it was procedural, or is this done?
I would say it's done. I mean, if the question is, could there be another vote on a constitutional amendment, the answer is yes. But the problem is then you got to run into the same procedural hurdles here, which is the General Assembly has to pass it once, then there has to be an election intervening, and then the General Assembly has to pass it again, and then it goes to voters. So sure, yeah, you could begin that process now, but that would be years down the line that the voters would approve that.
All right, so there you go. As of now, the Virginia Supreme Court speaking louder than the voters in this particular case. Michael Pope, I want to thank you for joining us this morning, and every other time you...
Oh, man, you know what? I laugh. I have to celebrate and I have to laugh because I have to put up for so long, man, with retards that kept coming over here. Oh, blue wave. Oh, we are gerrymandering, you bastards. We're going to take over the states and watch the blue wave come in. Well, I am glad that, justice has prevailed and continues to prevail, which gives me hope that we can still make America great again. As a matter of fact, just for the fact that we are still free today makes me feel like we made America great. So let's make America great again. Again. My motto, let's make America greater, because that's the way that grammar works. Oh, man. That was fantastic, wasn't it? That was fantastic. Now, let's go ahead and get to... Let's get to the remarks from Marco Rubio. Remember Little Rubio? Little Rubio with the sweaty mouth and the lack of hydration. You know, the guy, I don't know, he gets too nervous. But being next to Trump, he has become a successful leader. Excuse me. You remember what I said? I have been an entrepreneur. You know what? People can't say shit to me. I've done jobs. I'm going to have to say it again. I've done jobs since I was 10 years old. I have done construction. I have done janitorial services. I have been in the fast food industry. I've been a dishwasher at a Mexican restaurant. I've been a dishwasher at an American restaurant, making minimum wage, by the way. But that overtime pay, though, ooh, that was nice. Get a couple extra dollars. I didn't like the government taking my taxes, taking my money away in taxes. But nonetheless, you know, it always felt good. Let me tell you something. Right now that I said that, now this is just for my members, for you Americans who understand what I'm talking about. I just felt the summer of 1997 here in the United States of America. I was struggling, I was struggling. And I was living very, very poorly conditions per se. I want to tell you something. I remember having to work 2 shifts to get that extra money. And I listen. I'm not telling you to go smoke, to go drink. I'm not telling you none of those things. But I can tell you, when I turn 21, I can do whatever I want. I think it was the summer of 97? No, sorry, 99. Sorry, summer of 99, because we were talking about the Y2K. Summer of 99. I remember getting off work, and all I had to do was just work 1 shift. Think about this. I was so used to working double shifts that when I finally had a day where I only worked 1 shift, I felt so relieved. Listen, call me ghetto. But this is the way this is the way that I was in my early 20s. Listen, let me see if I can remember his name. What's his name? Man. I can't remember his name. All right. So he was about 15 years older than me, okay? That's this black guy. He was very nice. He was a very, very nice guy. We used to, when I had some time off, we used to go to the AM/PM, and we go buy the Miller High Life, the cheapest beer back then, Miller High Life, and we had to buy some Mental Cools. Oh, wait a minute. No, Mental Cools were too expensive. We had to buy Menthol Basics. Menthol Basics. Yes, I was a black ghetto man in the late 90s. And we will sit around in the summer with a table outside in these apartment complexes that we lived. And we'll sit outside and we'll play domino. Not outside like on the yard outside on the deck. And we will play dominoes. We'll play bones, right? And we will be drinking our Miller High Life, smoking our Menthol Basics, and I remember the hotness. And I'm being honest. Listen, back then I wasn't, into the church and all these other things. But listen to this. It's so true. I felt so accomplished, even though I was still poor, But the fact that I was able to buy food for the house, the fact that I was able to pay my bills, when I drank that cheap-ass watered-down beer, hey, Paul Salsi, and smoked those cheap smokes, I felt free. I felt thankful. I had a family, I had a friend that was not cheating on his girl. I had a friend that actually was a friend. Never took advantage of me. Never used me for anything. We just had each other's back until he moved out of state. But I can tell you, even being poor, not once did I ever thought, man, damn rich people, if we can only tax them more. Wait a minute. When you say that, this is a breakthrough for many of us. Listen to this. It just hit me. Why do people, let's not even say socialist Democrats, let's just say, why do people think that by taxing the rich, their problems will be solved? Think about this. Who benefits from taxes? Obviously, before the government. Who benefits? Somebody put it in the chat. Who benefits from taxpayers' money besides the government? Yeah, that was 5,000 years ago. Finally, you make me laugh. I can appreciate that. That was a very long time ago. But somebody, I want to see, somebody, please, on the chat, tell me who benefits from taxpayers' money besides the government. No, not billionaires. Definitely not billionaires. Thank you, Craig. Don't worry, I'll take a break when I can't take it no more. Not the oligarch. Foreign nations? No. Come on, get there. Get there. You come on, you know me. You know what we talk about. Somebody, allegedly, they're poor. Yeah, well, yeah, but dig deeper. You're so hot. Robert, boom, baby, 100%. Freeloaders. Freeloaders. Does anybody want to argue with me on that? Nah, not Israel, not foreign nations, right here locally. Who benefits, besides the government, Bone Crusher? Besides the government, we know the government, obviously. But besides the government, Robert hit the nail on the head. The freeloaders. Now, I want you to understand this, okay? I am a big capitalist guy. I am all for people to become rich. I want to tell you this before I tell you what I think about the poor. Let me give you a little bit of enlightenment in this world. Listen to me. If we start fighting, complaining about our billionaires here in our country, listen to me. Listen. Just hear me out. Forget about the hate you got for Trump. Hear me out. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm telling you, knowledge is power, and I hope that you understand. You gotta understand. Please, Lord, teach them. Listen, if you fight against billionaires and the rich people, let me tell you something. This is one of the biggest lies from the devil, that you're supposed to hate the rich people. Listen, rich people, to a certain truth, do make a difference in our life. But let me tell you something. Please, you have to reach in, use your critical thinking, and listen. If you left this chat, you're a fuck up in your life. If you left this chat before I tell you this, you're a fuck up in your life. To the rest of you who stay here and listen very carefully. If we fight against the rich, against the billionaires, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. We have proof. They have left. We still got some behind, but they're going to leave. Do you know who wins? Anybody. Anybody. Do you know who wins? Put it in the chat for me. Who do you think wins when we get rid of the rich people? Who wins? And I want you to think on a broader mentality. Think worldwide. Who wins? Who wins when we fight against our rich people, against our billionaires? I don't have time to wait. Our enemies win. They are the ones that win, because they're not going to get rid of their billionaires. They're going to win. Do you know why the Arabs are billionaires and trillionaires besides the oil? Think about it. Nobody has the power to fight them, so they can provide the economy that they need to provide. In this country, just here in Washington State alone, I have given you facts, proof. Over 20,000 jobs were lost in Seattle for going against Amazon. Same shit over there in New York with the bartender, AOC. 100,000 jobs have been lost in Washington State. It has nothing to do with Trump. We have lost over 100,000 jobs because of crime rate. Our incompetent government gives millions of dollars to NGOs that do nothing for our city's protection. They want to get rid of us, the people, voting for sheriffs in office. They want to be able to put whoever they want. You know why? Because they can control them. And that takes away from the people, which makes it a communist government. Violence, regulations, high taxation, lost 100,000 jobs 2025 in a couple of months, the first quarter of 2026. Now we have 66,000 jobs from Boeing, borderline from leaving. And the socialist Democrat mayor, all they can say, if those billionaires want to leave, bye. Dumb ass bitch. She doesn't know that 66,000 jobs are going away. We just gave, by going against Starbucks, 100,000 jobs to Tennessee. They're going to invest billions of dollars over there. Facts. Truth. I'm not clowning on Biden right now. I'm talking about my government, my local governor and mayor. And other states like Oregon are even more fucked up. California is screwed. Luckily, it looks like they might just get a Republican back in office. I will tell you this, Arnold Schwarzenegger did a better job than these fools that have been in office on the Democratic Party. As an immigrant, Arnold Schwarzenegger believed that immigrants are welcome in this country, but they got to do it through legal ports, to legal means, legal ways. Woo! Who else? Alabama, I think. It's also going to benefit from that. So I'm telling you, there is a lot of things that people come in here and they think, oh, who is this MAGA guy? What the hell is this guy? No, he's a liar. He's a Trumpster. He's a pedophile protector. Where's the Epstein file? Shut the hell up. Got to look at the bigger picture, man. You can't live in darkness for the rest of your life. Doggone it, just go ahead and get some oil for that lamp, will ya? Woo! Let's go ahead and listen to Marco Rubio. Here we go. And then we'll continue.
Okay, let's just go to questions. You ready? Let's go.
Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for doing this. I wanted to ask you first about your meetings yesterday with the Pope Leo. The President Trump has had very harsh language and words for the Pope against the backdrop of the war in Iran. Did you make amends with the Pope yesterday?
No, we had a very good meeting. I mean, ultimately, it's important. First of all, there's a lot that we work together with the church, and we talked about those areas that we're working together on, different parts of the world. I know everyone's interested in, the other aspects of it, but I expressed, updated them on the situation with Iran, expressed our point of view about why this was an important, and the danger that Iran poses to the world, which is largely recognized. So obviously the Holy Father is a spiritual leader. He's the first and foremost. I mean, that's his role to play. And obviously the church has always interacted on behalf of a mission for peace and a respect for all of humanity. But at the end, it was a very cordial and important meeting, and it's important to share our points of view and an explanation and an understanding of where we're coming from. And I thought it was very positive.
Secretary Rubio, you also mentioned talking about the Western Hemisphere with the Pope. And of course, the Catholic Church is instrumental in delivering humanitarian aid to Cuba. I wondered if you discussed that and whether there was any disagreement on U.S. policy towards Cuba.
Oh, we discussed, I mean, we've provided $6 million of humanitarian aid, U.S. humanitarian aid that was distributed by Caritas, the Catholic Church agency. We're prepared to do more. In fact, we've offered the regime there $100 million of humanitarian aid that unfortunately so far they have not agreed to distribute to help the people of Cuba. So we did the hurricane relief, but we're offering more. And it's the regime that's not accepting it. It's the regime that's standing in the way of it. So we discussed that, and we hope we can do it because we do want to help the people of Cuba who are being, hurt by this incompetent regime that's destroyed the country and the economy.
Secretary, can I ask about the meeting with the Pope? I mean, after this meeting with the Pope, which you described as cordial and productive, are you going to recommend?
All right. Well, let's pause this real quick. Let me address this because you guys are a little bit ignorant on this subject. Let me tell you something. When you talk about plantation, you guys are retarded. I'm serious. You guys are fucking retarded. You associate everything with slavery. You guys are so fucking stupid. You guys are so why are you guys so retarded? Like, answer me that question. I really have a real question. Why are you so damn retarded? I really want to know why you're so damn retarded. I really don't understand. That plantation, these fools don't even know what the hell they're talking about. They just know rhetorics. They just know pieces of history, but don't fucking listen. You never use your critical thinking. You don't analyze shit. You just repeat and vomit what somebody else has said. For Pete's sake, you fucking listen. If you don't listen, you'll never learn. You can't tell me that a restaurant like Taco Bell, McDonald's, or whatever has to give you $30 an hour and livable wage. No, it's a fast food restaurant. It pays minimum wage. You want more money, get better education. If you're not happy with a company that pays you little, go find a different fucking job. You know what's going to happen? If people do that and the companies don't want to challenge themselves to pay more money, they'll go out of business. So don't go work there, but don't be a lazy ass and depend on welfare because you're not happy with the pay rate of that company. As a matter of fact, it's a free damn country. Go make your own business. If you bitch and complain so much about the rich and all these capitalists making all this money, you go make your own shit. But you'd rather be stuck drinking Miller High Life and smoking cool, cheap Basics menthols than to get your ass and go to work. That reminds me, the lazy people, the people that depend on the welfare, we're not talking about disabled people that need it. We're not talking about that mother that is actually a single mother with kids, that is actually a widow or just got really screwed in her life, but she's working. She's trying to make ends meet. This is what the welfare system is supposed to help. But women also need to realize, if you can't provide in your home, you should make an attempt to find a provider. And when you find that provider, be good to that provider. $7.25 is acceptable depending on where you live. It's not a fucking plantation if you have a choice to leave, you motherfucker. Why are you so stupid? It's like, today is Friday. Happy Friday. Curse people out. Do you see how retarded you sound? In some way, of course, we are enslaved to the system. We gotta pay that. We gotta pay that. If they pay more and they go out of business, what does that even tell you? What does that tell you? If they have to pay higher wages and they go out of business, tell me, how did you help? Oh, the plantation just went out of business. There you go. Plantation goes out of business. And if the business wants to stay in business, they will lay people off. They will fire people. And then what? And then what? They can make $300 million. I don't give a shit. If the job says that they pay $16 an hour and I agree to it, then that's what I'm going to do. Let me tell you a story. There was a job that I took. And this job, when I got interviewed, I had an amount of money that I want to get paid. When I went to the interview, they asked me, how much you want to make? I said, well, first of all, I'm a very good worker. I am better than average. I don't miss work. I like staying late and making my overtime when needed. So what are you offering to pay? They said, okay, this much. All right, well, let's make a deal. I know you have a 90-day probation time, right? I will take that pay. But after 90 days, if you know that I am doing a good job, this is what I want. Watch this. 90 days come by. Doggone it, I was kicking ass. When it came time that the 90 days was up, it went to 100 and it went to 110 days. And I said, wait a minute. I am past my 90 days. Where is my review? And they said, yes, here we go. And they offer me $3 raise. And I said, no. This is what I want. And they're, oh, no, that's too much. Okay. So I go to HR. And then I talk to the big boss. And I said, do I not do a great job for you? Do I not do the job for 2 to 3 people on my shift? This is what I want. Otherwise, I'm leaving. The supervisor was mad. But he brings me up to the office with HR, the manager. And they said, because the CEO of the company says, you deserve it. I'll make sure you get it. And so I went to this meeting with the supervisor and the HR manager. And the supervisor tried to bargain with me. And I said, no, you know the number that I asked for. And he says, okay, to be honest, they told us to stop whining, I kid you not, bitching and complaining, and to give it to you because you deserve it. That, my friends, means I don't work in the plantation. So shut the fuck up. When you work hard, if the company doesn't appreciate you and doesn't pay you what you're worth, don't quit like a dumbass. Find another job that pays you better and appreciates you, and then you can put your 2-week notice. That way when you go to the interview and they offer you the job, all you have to do is say, hey, I need 2 weeks so that I can finish my job that I have previously so that I can start with you. And every single company is always going to appreciate you for doing that. Luis Montalvo, shut the fuck up, bro. You know who my one of my highest membership subscribers is? Trinity. So shut the hell up. And with that being said, guys, he just reminded me. I got to give you a big thanks, man. I appreciate you guys. Here we go. Thank you, members. I appreciate you guys. These guys, dude. These guys are so fucking stupid. Let me tell you why you can't beat me. Because I talk the truth. When I tell you my stories, they're all true. Hey, Sandra, sorry. I forgot to say hello. I saw your hello. Sorry, sis. And Dosito, I think I saw Dosito in here as well. Hey, sorry, guys. I missed you guys. Tanya, my sis, God bless you. Love you. Had a lovely conversation with you. I'm glad that you're doing good. It gives me peace. So anywho, yeah, if you don't like the plantation, then go to another one where they treat you slightly better. No, let me tell you this. Here is one option. Stay home, be lazy, depend on the welfare system, pretend you're disabled, get a little bit of cash, depend on the government 100%. Okay? Depend on the government 100%. Oh, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony, for the gifts. Oh, sorry about that. I'm over here punishing you guys. Okay. And so you have the first choice. Depend on the government 100%. Be lazy. Be some garbage that nobody wants. If you are legitimately disabled and you are not legitimately able to work, we got your back. You are not garbage. You are not a burden. You are us, and we love you. Okay? We are sad that your situation at home is not good, but that's not your choice. See, that's a big difference. If it is not your choice, I'm with you. But when I know it's your choice, I have no pity for you. Number two, you can say, wait a minute. I don't want to be dependent on the government. I don't want to be dependent on the government. I want to be responsible. So I'm going to get a job. And if this job doesn't pay me what I want, well, maybe I look for another job, or I can work 2 jobs. That's the second choice. Third choice. If you can't find a job that pays you what you want, then you can become your own business owner. That's the choices you have to succeed in life. Choose how much wealth do you want. And you shouldn't be punished. You shouldn't be punished. So that is the facts of life. If you don't like it here, then get the hell out. Go work somewhere else. If you're tired of working 3 jobs, make your own business. If you don't want to work 2 jobs, make your own business. If you work a job that pays you very good money to beat the government's theft of taking all your taxes and inflation and unaffordability, which, by the way, is not Trump's fault. If you believe that, you're a fucking dumbass. But you had the choice. You have to make that choice. For example, there is a place called Burger Master in Kirkland. In Everett, a job that they're supposed to be paying you at least $22 an hour. At Burger Master in Kirkland, there is a place where they pay you $21 to start. Just flipping burgers, cutting fries, Easy. Easy job. All you need is a GED. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be that smart. You just got to be able to go to work and show up. And that's it. $21 an hour. $21 an hour. In an industry where the minimum should be 22, people are getting $19. F that. You pay me what the industry says that you're supposed to pay me. You can go and look, in the industry. How much does an employee make at McDonald's? How much does an employee make at this position as a supervisor at Boeing? And you can go and find that, and you can make your own decisions. Our local government is destroying us. Stop making the dumb-ass comments that the oil is destroying us. Matter of fact, I got something to share for you guys. I think I still got it. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Get it back for you guys. Let me see. Is it this one? Let's take a look. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this graphic right here. I don't know if we can go farther, but I'll try to make a point with this. Check out this graph before you tell me that I'm lying. Okay, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Okay. Let me put it there and then maybe stretch it here like that. All right, hopefully that's big enough for you. Okay, now check this out. The whole time since President Donald Trump, right, became president, we said gas prices were down. They said, the same morons that come in here and say oil prices are killing us, the same stupid motherfuckers that we have here said that Trump didn't lower any costs. Affordability is a problem, they say, that Trump created. Well, let's talk about it. Why don't we take a look at history and see what it says? History says our lowest under Trump has been, for the barrel of oil, $59. Well. If the people on the left, the morons on the left, actually came with an argument and say, hey, you know what? When President first came in office, prices were more affordable, but now with this war is high. I'm with you 100%. I agree with you. I believe you. But you guys just negative, hate, negative, hate, negative. Shut the fuck up. It's annoying. It's like some damn children with no education. Drives you crazy, don't it? So I get it. $59, brah. And this is, towards the end of 2025. And then it starts going up, 66. I get it. Today, we are at $100. There you go. Crude oil, $95. Now, this crude oil, I believe, is the WTI. You guys don't know? You guys know what WTI mean? Anybody don't know? Here, I wrote down the description so you guys know what this is, because maybe you guys don't know. Okay, the Brent oil. Okay, this is the gold. Brent crude is a major trading classification of light, sweet crude oil that serves as the primary benchmark for oil prices worldwide, particularly in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Extracted from the North Sea, it is favored for producing gasoline and diesel due to its low density and sulfur content. Okay? That is the Brent oil. That is what they call the sweet crude oil, okay? WTI, which is basically the crude oil that we have here at 95.91, that one says that's a West Texas Intermediate. It is a high quality, light, right? That's what high quality is, low density, and sweet, low sulfur grade of crude oil produced primarily in the United States. It serves as the main benchmark for oil pricing in North America, and it is underlying commodity for the NYMEX WTI futures contract. So when you hear President Trump saying, drill, baby, drill, that is fantastic. Now, we know that there is some refineries that shut down in California, right? Well, we want those back open. And when you put Hilton in office as governor, and then you put Pratt as a mayor, California is going to kick some ass. I really believe it. Because they will get behind President Trump and work like they're supposed to do with the federal government. And that, my friends, is going to give you tax cuts. They're going to give you $3 gas, hopefully, $3 gasoline. The reason why Hilton says that is because he knows how much of that gas, price of gas a gallon, it's regulation and taxation. That is the reason why he says that he can give you a $3 gallon gas. If you vote Socialist Democrat in California, you guys are so fucking morons. I'm telling you right now, you're some dumb sons of bitches, like the people here in Seattle that keep voting Democrats in. Barney, I don't like it. This is the bad Dennis. This is the evil guy. Man, it just pisses me off that people just tuck shit out of the ass and they don't understand what's going on. Now listen, this is the pricing that you see here on the graph, right? So you have natural gas, gasoline price. It should be an average of $3.48. $3.48. That's how much the gas price of the gasoline price is. Very simple. Yes, blah, but that is because your local government has a lot of regulation and taxation. Like, these people don't listen. Do you guys listen? Or you just come in here deaf and then you just type shit in there that doesn't make sense? All right. And get the fuck out of here and go blah blah somewhere else. Go see if the pigs laid eggs already. All right. So there's that. These people, bro. These people, they think that I don't do my research, bro. I think that's what happens. They think that this is, that this is just bullshit that somebody's paying me for. No, it's my own mind. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what. Let's get to, what time is it? It's already 2. Okay. Yeah, we might get time. Okay. Let's go ahead and get to Marco Rubio, okay? Because I've been putting them on hold for you guys. I think I addressed the gas thing. I addressed capitalism versus socialism. I give you definitions of socialism. If you missed it, go rewind the damn chat and the damn live and then listen and learn something. But you got to pay attention to it. Hey, Marvin, how are you? And you know what I'm saying? Like, I addressed every single comment that these guys have put on here for free. So no more answering their stupidity. And I think I got about 10 people, 15 people completely banned. They're not coming back to my channel. They will never be out in the open. All of their multiple profiles are being blocked and banned from my channel. I don't want garbage on here. I want facts. I want real people that want to have real conversations that do real information. I don't know what the hell you're saying, Freedom. Go ahead, buddy.
To the president that he stops criticizing the Pope and social media?
Why would I tell you what I'm going to recommend to the president? But beyond that, the president will always speak clearly about how he feels about the U.S. and U.S. policy. The president of the United States is always going to act in what's in the best interest of the United States. I think we can do that and continue to also have a very productive and fruitful and important relationship with the church, because it plays an important role in the world as well.
And
Mr.
do you-
Secretary, can you
Go
just
ahead.
talk about whether or
No,
not
I called her, I'm sorry.
Secretary Rubio, were there any themes from your conversation yesterday with Pope Leo that resonated with you personally?
Well, if it was personal, what would I tell you? No. Here's the bottom line on that, is that the church is an important global institution. It has a presence all over the world. I know you guys are fixated on who said what about who at what time. I understand all that, okay? Because media, you guys have headlines, you have editors, you have people that want you to post, and these are interesting stories. But at the end of the day, the Pope just returned from Africa, right? A very important continent with growing Christian populations, many of whom are threatened or feel threatened by the spread of radical Islamic terrorism. So we care about that. The Pope and the Church has an interest in Christian communities in Lebanon, a place that we're very involved in trying to establish a peace between Israel and Lebanon. The Church obviously has a very important presence in Latin America. The bishops from Venezuela had just been here a few days earlier, so we shared thoughts about those sorts of things. I think it's an opportunity to personally express our point of view from the standpoint of foreign policy and the areas we're involved in, and share insights, but also to gain insights, because the church has a unique role in many of these countries in terms of the insights and information that they're receiving. In some cases in the past, the church has been an important interlocutor, not just with governments, but with societies. And then, of course, on the practical level, the church plays an important role in humanitarian efforts in different parts of the world, and in many places has served as a facilitator of U.S. humanitarian assistance, such as I highlighted a moment ago when it comes to Cuba. Yes, go ahead. I'll get to that problem. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, can you say in your meeting with Prime Minister Maloney whether you talked about the possibility of withdrawing U.S. troops from Italy, as well as the possibility of the United States withdrawing from NATO altogether?
No, we didn't discuss any specifics like that, and that's a decision for the president to make. It's a decision every president makes. The fact of the matter, though, is, and I said, publicly, and I've said repeatedly, I've been a strong supporter of NATO throughout my career in the Senate and even now, and one of the advantages of being in NATO is that it allows us to have forces deployed in Europe and bases that allow us a logistical ability to project power in the case of contingencies. Well, we had a contingency, and some countries in Europe, like Spain as an example, denied us the use of those bases for a very important contingency that in some ways the denial of those bases actually impeded the mission, not severely, but had a cost, and in fact even created some unnecessary dangers. So if one of the main reasons why the U.S. is in NATO is the ability to have forces deployed in Europe that we could project to other contingencies, and now that's no longer the case, at least when it comes to some NATO members, that's a problem, and it has to be examined. But ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make. His team and people like myself and others will provide him what those potential options are, but ultimately he'll have to make that decision. He hasn't made those decisions yet. As far as recent news of deployments, like for example, those were all already ongoing. For example, in Germany, the troops that were withdrawn, which represent less than 14% of our total troop presence there, that's already pre-programmed. And in fact, all it did is take us back to where we were in 2022. So there was always a plan to do some shifting within NATO. As far as broader changes, I don't have an announcement for you on that today, but that's a decision for the president to make. Certainly, we'll present both options and perspectives, but I don't have anything new to announce on that today.
On that line, Mr. Secretary, your former colleagues on the Hill, Republican senators, believe that troops withdrawal will embolden Putin and will benefit Russia. Do you agree with that?
Will do what, I'm sorry?
Troops withdrawal will embolden Putin and benefit Russia. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, in the end, the United States the president is going to always do what's in the national interest. We have global obligations all over the world. We have troop deployments all over the world, and those are constantly shifting and changing. For example, we increased troop presence in NATO in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine. So we're always making these decisions, and there were some already previewed before any of this had happened in terms of the base denials. But in the end, look, here the bottom line is we always, while we may be the most powerful country in the world and we may have the most resources, our resources are not unlimited. We have to always assign resources around the world, including military resources, on the basis of what serves the national interest. That's a decision the president has to make, especially within the context of recent developments by some countries within NATO and the stance they've taken towards the United States. But, no decision's been made on that yet. That's something the president's still working through.
Have you managed to bridge differences on Iran, both with Rome and with Vatican?
Yeah, I think everybody agrees that Iran having a nuclear weapon is unacceptable. I don't know of anyone who thinks it's a good idea for Iran to have a nuclear weapon except the Ayatollah. So I think the question is, what do you do about it? And the president's actually trying to do something about it. And so, I don't know what don't think there's any disagreement that they can't have a nuclear weapon. I think the question is, what do you do about it? And, you know, we've had every American president says, oh, they can't have a nuclear weapon. This is the first American president that's actually trying to do something concrete about it. I don't know who would disagree with that. I mean, it's an important thing that has to be confronted.
Can we talk to officials?
Can you give us an update on the status of negotiations with Iran?
Well, we should know something today. I mean, we're expecting a response from them. We'll see what the response entails. The hope is it's something that it can put us into a serious process of negotiation. Obviously, we've seen the reporting overnight that Iran has established or trying to establish some agency that's going to control traffic in the Straits. That would be very problematic. That would actually be unacceptable. The normalizing of their controlling of international waterway is both illegal and it's just something that's unacceptable. And the world has to start asking itself, what is it willing to do if Iran tries to normalize a control of an international waterway? I think that's unacceptable. So, but we're expecting a response from them today at some point. We have not received that yet, as you know, in the last hour, but perhaps that will come. Their system is still highly fractured and a bit dysfunctional as well. So that may be serving as an impediment. I hope it's a serious offer. I really do.
Can you confirm there's a resume of the talks between Israel and Lebanon next week? Do you expect that
We expect talks. I don't know if we've set the exact date yet, but we expect that there'll be additional talks. Look, it's one of the areas that I think we can work with Italy on. They can play a very productive role and a constructive role in providing resources to the Lebanese government. In the end, we all share the same goal, and by all I mean including the Lebanese government and the Israeli government, that we want the relations between Israel and Lebanon, its legitimate government, to be very strong. The impediment to that is Hezbollah. Again, an Iranian agent, Hezbollah, who is victimizing not just Israelis, but Hezbollah is also victimizing Lebanon. The reason why Lebanon faces bombings, the reason why Lebanon faces violence is because of Hezbollah. It is Hezbollah that's imposing this on them. So I think we all share the same goal, which is a strong Lebanese government that doesn't have an armed Hezbollah operating within its national territory, imposing a threat to any of its neighbors. And to do that, we have to empower and equip the Lebanese government to be able to confront that threat. And I think Italy and other countries, but Italy in particular, can play an important role in not just helping equip the government, but in cutting off the illicit financing that supports, helping them to cut off the financing that supports Hezbollah and the danger they pose.
Is it possible to get a peace deal on Lebanon without first solving the conflict with Iran? How linked are those two conflicts right now?
I mean, Hezbollah is an Iranian agent, 100%. I mean, Hezbollah wouldn't exist without Iran's support. So, but I think it's possible. I mean, Hezbollah's been both weakened, but still capable of inflicting damage and doing terroristic activities, as we've seen. So I think the way I would phrase it is, we're not going to negotiate with Iran over Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is a dangerous other than if they're willing to stop funding them and supporting them. I think our negotiations with Lebanon, our role is with the Lebanese government. Lebanon should be governed by the Lebanese government. It should not have a terrorist group operating within its national territory that poses a threat both to its own people, including the Shia population, and to the government, and to Israel, and to its other neighbors. So that's what we're going to focus on.
Mr. Secretary, can we come back to Cuba a little bit? The United States, including yesterday, are ramping up sanctions against Cuba, the regime, and all that. With the exchange with the Pope, did you feel any convergence of views on that and on the U.S. policy?
Let me clarify something for you. Our sanctions are against a company named Gaesa.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a holding company set up by generals in Cuba that has generated billions of dollars of revenue, none of which benefits the Cuban people. Not 1 cent of it benefits the Cuban people. You understand this, right? I don't know if you know this. There's the Cuban government, and they have a budget, and then there's this private company that has more money than the government does. None of the money in that company goes to build a single road, a single bridge, provide a single grain of rice to a single Cuban, other than the people that are part of Gaesa. So that's what we're sanctioning, is a company that basically is taking anything that makes money in Cuba and illegally putting it into the pockets of a few regime insiders. So that's not sanctions on the Cuban people, because the Cuban people don't benefit from Gaesa. It's a sanction against this company that is stealing from the Cuban people to the benefit of a few. And we didn't discuss those sanctions yesterday, but we imposed them yesterday, and we're going to be doing more, by the way.
Mr. Secretary, sorry. Many people thought that your was a mission impossible after the Trump's attacks, heavy attacks.
Which mission? I'm sorry.
The visit.
Mission Impossible?
The mission, yes. What's your judgment at the end of the visit mission accomplished?
We work with the Vatican on a lot of things. Our relationship between, for example, our mission here in the Vatican, like I told you, we're working together on humanitarian issues. We're focused on other issues as well. The President's perspective is clear. He thinks that Iran is a threat and it needs to be addressed. And that position remains unchanged. And I think we're capable of having that position and expressing that position clearly, and also working cooperatively, and as we have for centuries, as we have for decades, with the Vatican and with the Catholic Church, who has a global presence.
Did you explicitly ask the Pope to stop his criticism of the Iran war?
I'm not going to discuss what I talk about the Pope, but I'm not going to ask him. That's not the purpose of I told you guys before I even came here. And that is that we have a very strong relationship with the Vatican. We work with them on a lot of things around the world. This was a trip that had been planned even before all these things had happened. So why just as an example, why would I not want to hear the perspectives of the most important, in many cases, far-reaching, religious leader in the world, on his perspectives about what he saw on his trip to Africa, or what his bishops and others and agencies are hearing in the Western Hemisphere, or the plight of Christians in Africa, but also those in Lebanon, a place that, so of course we're going to engage with them on these things. That was the purpose of our meeting, and in that realm it was very, very productive, and it was a good meeting because we were able to talk about these different areas of the world where they have a presence, where they are engaged, and we are as well, and of course find opportunities to either continue cooperating where that already exists, like in Cuba, or expand our cooperation in other places where it makes sense.
Is it fair to expect a phone call between the President and the Pope anytime soon?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. It could happen.
Mr. May I ask you about Iran, if possible? You declared that Operation Epic Fury was over. Now, given all these military actions that we're seeing on the ground, what does over mean militarily?
No. Operation Epic Fury was an offensive operation designed to destroy their missile launches, their Navy, their Air Force, and it achieved that, and their factories, and it achieved that. What you saw yesterday was U.S. destroyers moving through international waters being fired upon by the Iranians, and the U.S. responded defensively to protect itself. That's what you saw. That's separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. If you fire a drone or a missile at our destroyer, what are we supposed to do? Let it hit it? We have to respond to it. We have to knock down the missile, and we have to knock out whatever it is that launched that missile. The alternative is to let it sink one of our ships. That's crazy. So of course we responded to it.
Well, yes, but the point is, if there's not much seizing in the firing, because we've
well, you should ask that of the Iranians. Don't ask me. We didn't fire. They fired on us. My point is, if you fire at a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, there's a ceasefire. We're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at, and we're not a stupid country.
Do you expect that or have you conveyed any red lines to Iran where, if the ceasefire or whatever you call it, if they cross
the red line is clear. If they threaten Americans, they're going to get blown up. That's how much clearer can you be than that? If you are a missile launching guy, whatever they call that job, and you're sitting there and you fire a missile at the United States and we saw you fire it, we're going to hit you. Of course we are. Who doesn't do that? Unless you want to get your ship sunk. We're not going to let our ships get sunk by the Iranians with their little, their drones that they're firing. They don't have a Navy anymore, but they bring out these little Boston whaler fishing boats and they try to swarm you. We're going to blow those boats up if they're coming towards our boats. I don't know if that's a red line, but I hope they know it is by now. So if I were one of these Iranians on a fast boat and they tell you, hey, your mission is to go after a U.S. destroyer, you're probably not going to survive. I think that's a red line.
Can I
Going back to European reaction,
Does anybody have any questions? This guy's like a monopoly over here.
Yes. The president has expressed disappointment in support or lack thereof in Europe. Was there any discussion today in your meeting with Prime Minister Meloni or Foreign Minister Tahani about them providing escorts in the Strait of Hormuz?
No, we didn't get to that level of specificity about what they. Here's the bottom line. Okay, everybody says Iran is a threat. Everybody says that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Okay. But you got to do something about it. The president's trying to do something about it. And I don't understand why anybody would not be supportive of that. And he doesn't understand, and rightfully so, somebody would be supportive of that. But here's a more fundamental problem. Iran now claims that they have a right to control an international waterway. They claim that they have a right to control it. What is the world going to do about that? Is the world going to accept that Iran now controls an international waterway? Because if the world is prepared to accept that, then be ready. because there's like 10 other countries that are going to start doing the same thing in their international waterways, or in international waterways near their countries. That's an unacceptable thing that they're trying to normalize. So if the answer is no, we don't think Iran should be able to control the Straits of Hormuz, then the next question is going to be for everyone, well, what are you going to do about it? What is the world prepared to do about it? And we're trying to do something about it diplomatically. We have a resolution at the United Nations that we're trying to move forward, in which the world and the UN will have an opportunity through the Security Council to vote and say, we are not going to allow them to mine the straits, we're not going to allow them to try to control the straits, and by the way, you have a bunch of humanitarian aid that's trapped inside the Persian Gulf and needs to be released and has not been able to move. We're going to give the world a chance to pronounce itself on it. And if Russia or China or some other country decide to veto it, then you know what the impediment is. But the fundamental question every country, not Italy, every country needs to ask themselves is, are you going to normalize a country claiming to control an international waterway? Because if you normalize that, you've set a precedent that's going to get repeated in a dozen other places. And if the answer is no, we don't want to normalize it, then you better have something more than just strongly worded statements to back it up. And that's the point I've made in all of my visits, not just here. I didn't come to Italy just to make that point. I would say that to any country that complains about the Straits, because that's what we potentially are facing unless we get a good deal from the Iranians, and we're waiting to hear that today.
Mr. Secretary, can I move to Taiwan, actually? I'm sorry to geographically go around the world. Okay. Parliament just approved a pretty big, massive defense bill today or last night. There was a little bit less than what the president of Taiwan was asking for, but nonetheless, it's a big bill, including money to buy U.S. arms. What is your reaction to that, if any, and specifically in the context of the trip you will be doing with the president next week in China?
Well, all I would say in context of the trip next week in Taiwan in specific is the United States, our policy remains unchanged. You know, we don't want to see any forced or compelled change in the situation now. We think it would be destabilizing to the world. It's our position on that has been, you know, we've heard obviously the Chinese position, but we've made our position on that clear as well. And I imagine that will be discussed in the trip, but I don't think it'll be a feature of our trip, but it'll certainly be an item that's discussed. We think it's to the benefit of China, the United States, and the world writ large that there be stability in the straits there, and that continues to be our position. That's the one we'll continue to stand by and advocate for. All right, I have time for one more. We got to leave.
About Ukraine before you go. Yeah. You spoke with Lavrov recently, and you know they targeted kindergarten in Ukraine even after they advocated for ceasefire. Where does the negotiations
well,
stand?
Right now, the negotiations aren't. We've tried to play a mediator role in that. So far, it has not led to a fruitful outcome for a variety of reasons. We remain prepared to play that role if it can be productive. We don't want to waste our time and invest time and energy into an effort that's not moving forward. But if we see an opportunity to act as a mediator that brings both sides closer to a peace deal, we'd like to see it. Our position at the end of the day is that this war is a tragedy. Both sides are paying a very heavy price for it, both economic and obviously at a human level. It's destructive, we're against it, and anytime you tell me about strikes and people, or every time I hear about these things, it just reminds us of why this war needs to end. And while we're prepared to play whatever role we can to bring it to a peaceful diplomatic resolution, unfortunately, you know, right now those efforts have stagnated, but we always stand ready if those circumstances change.
Can I just
okay, guys?
Africa,
and then I got to go, and I apologize.
One on Africa. I mean, the president committed last year to personally intervening to help try to end the war in Sudan. Mm-hmm. The Pope, in one of his addresses, called this one of the world's greatest tragedies. Did this come up at all in your discussions, and do you see any movement?
Well, we discussed Africa broadly, and of course Sudan being an incredible tragedy. We've been heavily engaged through that Quad process. Obviously, Sudan has become in some ways sort of a proxy engagement between multiple countries who are behind some of the elements that are fighting. There are other countries that are not directly involved but have allowed their national territories to be used as a way to ship weaponry. We recently had a pretty positive announcement for the first time on a statement of principles, but we have to give it some action. What we've really been focused on in Sudan is sort of establishing a humanitarian ceasefire that allows us to provide aid to people that are suffering tremendously there, but not doing so at the expense of a broader deal. So we do want the humanitarian ceasefire where we can identify a number of communities that are safe havens for the distribution of humanitarian aid for what is one of the world's worst humanitarian crises ever. But you can't do that unless you have the security to be able to provide the aid. But we don't want that to be the final outcome. In addition to the humanitarian corridors and the humanitarian sites, we need to bring this conflict to an end. And the way to bring this conflict to an end is for the countries and the parties who are supporting the fighting elements to force these elements toward a peace deal that ends this conflict. And as I said, we've been very involved in that Quad process, invested a lot of time in it, continue to be engaged on a daily basis, and in fact have people in our bureau in Africa, as well as our special envoy, Saad Boulos, involved almost daily on this topic. So, okay guys, I got to run. I apologize.
Were you surprised by your Italian origins? Mr. Secretary, were you surprised by your Italian origins?
Well, not surprised today. I learned about it in 2017 when PBS did a Finding Your Roots special.
Oh, okay.
That's where I found it.
Okay.
How about the 2028 buzz? Any comment on that, sir?
No comment on that, sir. I love Marco Rubio, man. I love Marco Rubio. You know, I give attention to these trolls just to see if they feel special about the attention, but I don't think they ever learn or understand. I think Wonder Bread, I don't think you're a real person, so I'm going to go ahead and hide you permanently from my channel. I don't need trolls to make my channel popular. I don't give a shit about that. I'd rather grow slowly, but with real people that have real conversations. 150 girls' schools. How about 45,000 innocent protesters? Shut the fuck up, Ashes, and get out of my channel. I'll give you a 30-minute timeout just for that, okay? Now, with that being said, well, that's a war crime. Yeah, it sure is. So it's 45,000. What about it? Who is racist? Definitely not this guy here. Sarah says we protect our children in the United States. Yeah, these Muslim sons of bitches, they think that children are shields. They're cowards. All these Muslims are cowards. You know what the problem is? You know, we have this thing called here. Yeah, he was. You know, we have this problem that we have figured out, right, in our country, in the United States of America. You know, when somebody's a criminal, you know, when somebody doesn't respect the law, sometimes, you know, there's like parents, right? There's like maybe the drunk father, the drunk mother, maybe, you know, some damage, emotional damage, right? It forces people to become dumb and become criminals. No discipline, no love, etc. And so we learn from this, and then what we try to do is we try to help each other, right? Support each other. We say, hey, man, you need a hug, you know what I'm saying? You need some support, and we do this. Well, think about this. All Muslims, all of them, every single one of them, if you call yourself a Muslim, listen to this. They are all raised under submission, meaning Islam. They are all raised under submission. From a very young age, they tell them they are not worthy of life. They teach them that pedophiles can rape them. This is the truth about Muslims. I used to try to accept Muslims, not anymore. If I become governor here in Washington State, that is one religion that I will not allow to just be freely here in Washington State. I have an argument for it, but I'm not going to say it yet until time comes up. Christians are not trying to kill people. Christians are annoying to evil people because they're asked to repent. I get that. But a religion that tells you that it's okay for an adult, an old man, to rape little children, if that religion is not godly. Islam is not a real religion. You know this, right? I hope you do. I hope you do. And because I said that, let me bring you to my Facebook page.
How in America do we bet?
Hold on, essay. Listen to this. I'm not a very smart guy, but this guy really is. Check this out.
Combat the Mohammedans when they breed at such high levels and they know their objective of
Sure.
to overthrow the West.
You know, what this young man just brought up something. You know, if you go back and you study history, you remember that the Islamic invasion of Europe 732 AD, Charles the Hammer Martel defeated them at the Battle of Tours. 1571, the Christian fleet, the Holy League fleet, defeated the invading Muslim navy at the Battle of Lepanto. We know about what happened in 1683 at the gates of Vienna. Now look at what the United Kingdom looks like. Look at what France looks like without firing a single shot. Al-Hijra, you know what that means? It means migration. See, the Islamic calendar does not begin when the first convert or when Islam first started, which was 610 AD in Mecca. The Islamic calendar begins after Muhammad made his hijrah from Mecca to Medina, and the violence started from 622 on. So what is happening today is that they realize by way of al-hijra, migration, that they can come into Western civilization, masquerade themselves as a religion. It ain't a religion. Okay? Show me a religion that says that you should go out and take sex slaves of women after you've conquered them. Or some of the verses that I just read here. So their principle is first migration, population, agitation, then domination. Those are the four phases. Now ask yourself, where are we in the United States of America in those four phases? That's why you got to stop this. You know, a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel by the name of Brandon Shaw went back to his alma mater at Old Dominion University to teach Army ROTC. He was shot and killed while teaching Army ROTC by an individual who has sworn allegiance to ISIS. And somebody, again, with a stuck-on stupid card, released that individual early, quote-unquote supervised release, a felon, a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone. They did not denaturalize him and deport him back. Somehow he ended up being able to purchase a weapon. He walked into that, on that college campus, into that room and shot Brandon Shaw. But thank God that those Army ROTC cadets do what they're supposed to do, and they beat him down and they killed him. This is what we are confronting. And if we don't understand what phase that we're in, because you look at the United Kingdom, they're almost in phase 4. Where are we when it comes to migrate, populate, agitate, dominate? We got to stop it. It's not a religion. It's a totalitarian, theocratic political system that is rooted in tyranny, and it says you either convert, you subjugate, or you die. That's in their own words. Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are for the first time, believe them. Thank you.
You got that? When people tell you who they are, believe them. Facts is not always what you want to hear. Facts is what you just heard. Hey, Uncle Andy, how are you, brother? Now, let's say we're lying right now. Let's say that everything Mr. Allen West said is a lie. Let's say that. Okay. Let's go take a look and see what Muslims are doing today. Shall we? Fuck your Mohammed. Fucking pedophile, rapist, actual fake-ass prophet. And fuck you too. This America, doggone it. If you don't like it, get the hell out of this country. Go to a Muslim country so you can fucking live the way you want to live. You're not going to come over here and pervert our children. So fuck you and the people that think the same way as you. Go. Peace be with you. Well, that felt pretty good. That felt pretty good right there. I'll tell you that right now. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Why don't we go ahead and find some of these beautiful, peaceful Muslim communities. Let's take a listen. Let me see if I can find something out there. Oof, let's see. Let's see. It's so easy to look information nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So easy. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's see. Nope, 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 nope. Let's see. We're done hiding. Okay, let's listen to this. This might be something. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
We're done hiding. We're done. We're done being tortured and hurt and judged. This is the correct religion. This is the religion that all of humanity needs to be upon, of Islam. And we will not stop until it enters every home. So I want you to repeat after me. I want to hear it in every single district. It should tremble. Brooklyn should hear it. The Bronx should hear it. Queens should hear it. Say it as if the Ummah depends on this, my brothers and sisters. La ilaha illallah. There is no God worthy of worship except Allah, the God of Jesus, the God of Moses, the God of Abraham, and the God of the last and final Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We're done hiding.
They think that by speaking Arabic, they sound more religious, spiritual. Well, there's nothing spiritual or godly from a Satan religion. Islam was created by a government from pieces from the Torah, from the Moses 5 books, from the Bible, from Christianity. Not too long ago, they were denying Jesus ever existed until people started talking about it, and social media actually showed it to everybody, and now they can't hide it, so now they changed their tune. Now they say he was a prophet. Before, they were even denying that. But if there's one thing that I have learned in a religious environment, is that there is a lot of people. Let me tell you this. I can build a mega church. Listen to me. I can build a mega church myself. All I got to do is go tell everybody what they want to hear. Now, there's going to be a lot of pushback at first, but there's plenty of people that don't believe in God anyway. Those people will come to me for answers. I can lie to them. I can tickle their ear, as we say, in a religious world, and they will follow me because I'm going to tell them that everything that they sin, everything evil that they do, it's okay. Don't worry about it. God loves you. Continue to sin. God loves you. Remember, Jesus Christ came and died for our sins. Continue to sin. I will make so much money lying to people like Muslims. Isn't it crazy that Muslims have all this money to build mosques for their kings and queens who pretend to be prophets? Isn't it crazy that they have so much money for that? And yet the people are kept under submission, abused. Their women, they literally believe that it's okay for the men to beat the shit out of them. This is what Muslims believe. The women literally believe that it's okay for men to beat the shit out of them. How is that possible?
My name is Horede Olawoyin. I am a graphic artist and a web developer by profession. My question is in line with what you just said now. It is about apostasy in Islam. And based on what you said, if I heard you clearly, you said that if any person is to be killed, a Muslim that comes out of Islam, it should be in an Islamic state. That means that anybody that comes out of Islam in an Islamic state should be killed. Did I get you right, sir? I want you to make that very clear.
That's the question that in
So to tell you the truth, that these sons of bitches tell you that you should be killed if you leave that religion, fuck you. You people make me sick. If I look like I'm not a Christian to you, well, I'm not a fucking Christian. I don't give a shit what you think. My soul, my salvation does not depend on your fucking opinions, you weak ass people. The truth is right here. It's coming out of their own mouth. You're a fucking idiot if you think that we're just promoting hate. These sons of bitches, they can go and live in their country, but they don't get to be here and destroy our country. You guys are fucking stupid, weak-ass men and women who believe that this fake-ass religion are peaceful. They pray 5 times a day, and all they have is rage and violence. Listen to what happens when they leave Islam. They gotta be killed.
Comes out of Islam in an Islamic state should be killed. Did I get you right, sir? I want you to make that very clear.
That's the question that in Islamic state, if somebody comes out of Islam, can he be killed? Like I said, in a normal country, if a person sells the secrets of his country, can he be killed? Yes, he can be killed. But by whom? By the court of law of that country. Similarly, if the country has a trial, in the trial it is proven that the person has sold the secrets of the country, he can be put to death, he can be life imprisonment. Same thing in Islamic state. In Islamic state where the Islamic Sharia is followed, in Islamic state, if the Qadi takes a trial of the person, if he's caught and he changes religion, and if it's proven, in Islamic state, only a Qadi can see to it that if he has done treason, if he has an apostasy, he can be put to death.
The answer is yes, you can be put to death. You are considered to be a traitor. Tell me, if you say you're a Christian and you leave and say, well, fuck Christians, I am now an atheist. Do Christians put you to death? No. And I don't give a shit about the past and the history. We are living our own history right now. It doesn't matter. They're from India. They can be from India. They can be from Tonga. They can be from any country. They can be from Malaysia. They can be from whatever. They all have to accept Islam and their punishments. They don't really get trials. I'm going to try to find something else for you. Why do Muslim men torture and degrade their women? You don't have to look very far. Look at this. Look at this. There's a woman right there. For adultery, they don't get a divorce. See, our law, our Western culture, there is trials for those things. None of them says beat the shit out of them. None of them. As a matter of fact, we make sure they got their cable TV in jail. Yeah. If they're criminals. If they committed adultery, they just get a divorce. Huh? In Sudan, woman stands up to restrict the Muslim traditions. Look at them. All Muslims, all controlled. At some point, they think that this won't happen to them. But if somebody lies about it, the only rule they have is if a man lies that a woman is doing fornication or adultery, all he needs is to bring another man, not a woman, because a woman is half, another man to say he is not lying, and that woman will receive 80 slashes. By the way, the Ayatollah continue to kill protesters in Iran. Sharia law, the worst shit that can happen in the world. Muslims worship that. Unbelievable. Woman in Indonesia flogged for premarital sex in acid, banned under Sharia law. They beat the shit out of her. It is disgusting. 5 times a day they pray. And if you believe that a woman should receive 40 lashes, you're in the wrong country. Wrong country. Amputations as punishment in Islamic northern Mali. Beheaded in Pakistan. Another wife beating. Punishments for rape in Islam. Men are allowed to rape underage girls as long as they're not Muslim. Do you understand? You understand the problem? Go look it up. I'm not making it up. I don't give a shit if they want to do what they want to do, but they need to keep that shit away from us. Do you understand? Let's see what this short says.
What is Chop Chop Square and what goes on there?
Chop Chop Square is a place in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi, where literally after Friday prayers, according to the Islamic hudud punishments, where, you know, you get your right hand chopped off if you stole something with your right hand, your left hand chopped off if you've done that. They carry out those amputations or worse, beheadings in that area, and that's why it's known as Chop Chop Square, Saudi.
Chopping someone's head off and hands off, you call that discipline? Not in the fucking United States of America, you don't, you fucking bastard. What the hell is wrong with these people, man?
Arabia has a designated executioner whose job it is just to carry out these, you know, awful punishments on the weekend. So you can go to a mosque on Friday, because Friday is the, you know, special prayer for Muslims.
Yeah. Because you know, that's a peaceful religion. You gotta respect Friday. Friday is prayer Friday. Okay, don't beat the shit out of nobody on Friday. That's prayer Friday, guys. Don't forget, pray 5 times a day so you can behead somebody that is doing some fornication and shit.
Then afterwards, you're welcome to go and see that.
Wow, like...
You're one dark son of a bitch, Captain. Thank you for stopping by. You're never coming back to my channel. Go get a new profile.
They're equivalent to...
Here, we love our women. They make a mistake, there's consequences for that, but we don't beat the shit out of them. We don't cut nobody's hands off. They go to jail. We don't behead anybody. They go to jail. That is not our Western civilization. Our culture here, we have laws. And this is why I always speak about respecting our laws, because our laws bring order. and our order brings peace. None of our laws are as crazy barbaric as Sharia law. And, oh, don't steal, Dennis. Maxim, fuck, for Pete's sakes. These trolls are unbelievable. Unbelievable.
To the theatre, but you're watching people getting executed publicly.
That's crazy.
What is Chop Chop? What is Chop Chop Square?
Unbelievable. All right. Well, I think that these people will never learn. But guys, it's time for us to enjoy a little something, something. All right, here we go. Okay, so here's the rules, mods. So don't throw anybody, don't hide them from the channel. Maximum damage, maximum punishment is 30-minute timeout. Okay? 30 minutes timeout. That's it. Nothing else. Here we go. Who else I got in here? I want all my members to go ahead and type a message so that I don't miss you. Just type anything on the chat. There you go. Thank you, Robert. I can yell all I want, you dumb son of a bitch. This is my channel. You don't like it? Get the fuck out. With that being said, I got something for you guys. Now, I think that they actually repeated a clip on here, so I'm going to start off this little debate here. There you go. Magic is here, but we'll give you some power, brother. Some of you only get it so that you don't get blocked by Streamlabs if they start to do some shit. Okay. All right, there you go. And Jason Martin, if you come in here, just type something. I'll catch you, and I'll let you know. There you go. All right, here we go. You guys are free to 86 anybody, okay? Here we go. We're going to listen to good old Biden debating President Trump. And I got an extra treat for you after this. Actually, between this.
That we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two,
I just want to point out, the bitching and the complaining was that President Trump didn't do anything about it when Iran was messing us up. So President Trump ain't fucking around anymore. He is the man. He is a genius, and we need President Trump to continue being president.
Got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander.
Hold on, President Trump. This is for Mr. Willie. We have a Willie. We got a Willie in the house? Oh, I got something for you, Willie. I got something for Willie. I got something for Willie. You guys, I'm sure that you guys already checked this out, but I love this.
In a sense, I don't know why we're surprised by Trump. How many times does he have to prove we can't be trusted?
That's right. Supported strongly by Slick Willie.
In a sense, I don't know.
Slick Willie, you're out of here, bro. Slick Willie is out of here. All right, go ahead, Mr. President.
In chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.